Because on this day.
In 1960, Rick Savage, bass player.
Savage, wow.
Real name? Real name?
You know, I don't know. Let me look.
I'll bet it's not.
It's Rick Savage 4.
Def Leppard, of
Def-
course. Born Richard Savage.
Richard Savage.
He
Oh,
was
so not his real name. His real name is Richard Savage, not Dick
destined
Savage.
to be in a rock band. Rick
Yeah.
Savage.
That was back in the days, kids, Def Leppard. That was back in the days when that's all we had for rock and roll and music.
Basically, yeah.
We got it.
That's all we had.
No, it was gifted to us, wasn't it?
It's and we were grateful because it's all we had.
You're trying to say Kiss was right. God gave rock and roll to you.
No.
You're saying that. No.
Women of a certain age,
Yeah,
Appreciate-
and you must be so proud.
Def Leppard, very much.
We were out in on the West Coast. We're at Nobu restaurant, and I swear it was the lead singer of Def Leppard there.
Joe Elliott?
I swear it was Joe Elliott, just looking so pathetic.
Carrie, you sent me a picture.
I
You,
did, didn't I?
You did like a secret, won't want him to notice I'm taking a picture while I'm sitting at a restaurant. And you
And?
texted me and you
Was
said,
it?
is
Was
this
it?
Joe Elliott?
Was it?
I don't think it was.
You don't think
I
it
can't
was?
remember now.
Whoever it was, he looked pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
He wasn't
He
with.
looked like aging rock star. He did.
He did.
Well, he was even then and still is.
I mean,
And aging
still wearing the leather pants.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it was a wonderful sunny day on the coast.
I remember you sending it, and I was hoping it was, and then I went, no, that's not. But he's somebody. He's somebody from an old band that is hanging on way too
And it's
long.
just, you've got this wonderful coastline, you've got this wonderful sea breeze, and this great restaurant on the beach, and some of the best food I've had. And you look up, and you're like, everything's ruined now. Is that Joe Elliott? Nothing is good anymore. What? Why is he here to ruin this wonderful thing that I've got going?
And he's wearing those leather pants because those things aren't easy to get off.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
They're on him for several days at a time.
Well, I like to get out of them, but it's just impossible.
I knew a guy who wore leather pants occasionally. But he would leave them on for days.
Joe,
Just too much of a hassle,
Joe, this is Rudy Giuliani. If you lay down and reach down just a certain, you should be able to get them right off. Right off. I'm not crazy.
Do I get a pardon?
You get a
morning.
pardon, and you get a pardon, and you get a...
We're here, and you know where else we are? We are in
Yes.
American Fork as well.
How can we be in two places at once?
In mighty spirit, that's how. Like that.
We are at Ken Garff Chevrolet right now, and that's at 548
South.
East, 1000 South.
Yes, in American Fork. Siri, I'm sure, will find it for you. If you just say Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork, it'll go, here's how you get there. And people are waiting there right now to take your physical donations for the road home. And we're talking, the usual list of items that we ask for every year. But in case this is the first year you're hearing, let's list a few. Diapers are always good.
Mm-hmm.
Any sort of personal, cleansing,
Hygiene.
toothpaste, hygiene, toothbrush, things like that. Clothes, of course, warm clothes for the winter, gloves, hats, blankets are really, really important. Blankets are very important. And if you how do you want to do this? Sarge is there. Sarge and Jake are both there representing.
Oh,
How
they're
do you
showing,
wanna-
they have
Yes.
Radio from Hell masks, an X96
Radio from Hell
mask.
and X96 masks. Now, of course, I'm on the Radio from Hell show, but I won't lie, those X96 ones are really quite good looking.
They look really good,
Whoever designed those just did a great job.
You can take your pick.
Yeah, and so should we? Have you had a physical donation here yet, Jay? I'm going to rely on your pantomime skills. Have you had a physical donation yet?
Yes or
Affirmative
no?
or negative?
No.
Not yet.
That's what that
no,
truck
the way
behind...
listen, wait, hang. The way you pantomime yes or no is you nod your head yes or shake it no,
Or
don't lean
or
into
thumbs
the mic.
up or thumbs down. Yeah, we can't hear you. Is what we're saying.
No.
Oh,
he
okay.
goes to the camera and then does some.
All right.
No.
They are
No donations
streaming. No donations yet. So someone who the truck is empty. Yes. So what you do is you take your stuff into the dealership and throw it in the back of that big red pickup truck, and it will get that for you. All
And
right.
now, does anybody who comes in with a donation for the time being get a mask?
While they last, we'll say while they last.
So reach into your stuff. A box of socks from Costco are always good. Things like that. Just take your stuff down there and donate it. The address again: 548 East 1000 South, Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork. Our guys are going to be there until 10 this morning. And if you come down to the dealership, you can possibly win a prize, but you get to make your physical donation, and you can see us because we're there live.
Are we?
We're in our basements, but we're live.
We're on a screen there, and we can, depending on what we're doing when you come in, we can talk to you, maybe on the radio if you want.
Possibly, yeah. All right.
All right.
Okay.
So we'll officially begin the show from our homes and from Ken Garff in just a couple of minutes, and we'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Anything you want to talk about. It's up to you. What do you want to? You want to say hello? It helps us get the show going when we know you're out there and checking in. So 877-602-9696. Check in with us. We'd love to hear from you this morning, and we will talk to you right after we take care of some stuff here.
All right. Yes, let's take a break. We will be back. Let's see. Oh, yes, BuiltBar.com is the website. Now, this flavor I know around Utah is a very popular flavor, the mint brownie flavor.
Ooh,
You know, I
yes.
just reached into the box and pulled one out, Carrie. Coincidentally, I pulled out the same one.
That's
But
a
this one
delicious
looks this one looks really good, toffee almond.
Yep, I've
It
had that
is.
one too.
I've
that
had
good?
them all.
They've turned into my breakfast because they have lots of protein in them, and they're very delicious. It's like having a candy bar for breakfast. I compared them to the protein bars I usually buy. More protein, less sugar, and better tasting.
Built Bar is what we're talking about. They're a product of Utah, made right here in Utah. And if you want to try them, do so now by going to their website and getting 20% off your first order. So go to BuiltBar.com, use the promo code X, and then the number 20, X20. You'll get 20% off your first order. Go to BuiltBar.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
scare me every time, James.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and
Oh,
relationships.
thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
Sex therapy?
when you are
Sure, why
doing
not?
when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask, or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
It adds to the menace.
thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Aubrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I'll be going today, and I don't think it is. I don't think it is. and again, and then mother and daughter, and you take those out that you send those strawberries, for about a nice temperature, and a curry on top, and I take the first over, and I start the vinegar, and then and then I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key
It's a pulling.
part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
I'll get
Catherine,
rid of the hector burner.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bar curious?
Are you bi curious? Is what he's asking.
That's what I said. Are you bar curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh,
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well,
so Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
well, Copper, I can do this. And then, the first of the Lord, is to get a refrigerated truck. And then, you do it in the thing. And then, the second of the Lord, here's the tea. Oh, little and then get down. And then, I kind of get a little bit, and then, just like him, and then he can live for them, and then he can live more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
He does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw
Just
blade.
one
but-
more. Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany,
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, and I just listen. Catherine, Brittany, where are you going? I think I know. And then the first, so you get a girlfriend, and then you're going to have it. You really have a girlfriend. So what do you do is tell about it and what you think about it. And then it's a rule. And then I think there's no more time to marry. And then if you think that there isn't, and then you want to do, and then I think the color is very end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
Here he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
All right, let's get this over with.
I got to have a sip of Mill Creek coffee first.
Oh,
let's
good
all
idea.
do it.
Let's do. Yeah.
It's the bean of choice for the Radio from Hell show.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers, cheers.
Yes.
All right, now we'll officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Please check in with us. Let us know what you're doing. Of course, we're doing our Road to the Road home broadcast today, and we'll talk about that coming up. Gina?
Big Black Friday savings going on now at your local Big O Tires, up to $190 off Michelin or BF Goodrich tires, plus no credit needed, financing available.
It is a waning gibbous moon right now, 95.6% of full, but slowly going away. The moon will set today at 9:42 a.m., today being, it's Wednesday. It's the second day of December in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is day 245, I believe, of our quarantine broadcast, where we broadcast from our homes. Day 49 more days until we have a Biden administration. And today is National Fritters Day. Aren't we all lucky that this special day has finally arrived, National Fritters Day?
Or is it for frittering away
Well,
things? Is
before
it
you
that?
can begin to celebrate this very important day, you need to know just what a fritter is. Many people don't know, making it all the more fun to eat your first fritter today on National Fritter Day. Yes, comic book guy, yes.
Excuse me.
You go to x96.com/live, you'll see comic book guy. Yes.
I'm being told it's day 247.
Let me check that. You're correct, comic book guy.
It is
Day
important.
247.
It is
Day
important that we do
Thank
it
you.
correctly.
Thank you. Day 247.
Things must remain canon.
Absolutely correct. Now you know what a fritter is, I can tell. A fritter is
Why would you say that?
a fritter is a fried piece of cake or dough, sometimes with fruit or meat inside. So whatever you do, don't fritter this day away without eating at least one fritter. Happy National Fritters Day from your friends here at Radio from Hell. Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Katie for short is the producer of the show. She is there in the studio in Salt Lake. We have Miriam and Skip helping out as well. And in downtown, well, not downtown, but down in Utah County in American Fork, we have all of our friends from the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealership. Nick is helping out down there. Jake is down there. And I think we have with us...
Well, on the phone, we have Jeremy.
Jeremy Aharoni, is that how you
Who
say
is
your name,
checking
Jeremy?
in. Yes.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good. Jeremy, how are you? Is it Aharoni?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Or-
sir. Yes, it is.
Because I wasn't sure when they said, now you're the finance manager down there at Ken Garff
That is correct.
Chevrolet.
Yes.
I wasn't sure when they said his name was Jeremy Aharoni, whether it was Jeremy Aha, and then Roni.
Yes.
But it's Aharoni, is it right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right.
sir. Uh-huh.
Jeremy, thanks for getting up early and coming down to the dealership there in American Fork.
Absolutely.
I hope a lot of people bring stuff in. The Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers have been very good to the Road home over the last several years. Have you been involved in it before?
I have not. No, this would be my first year. Year. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a weird year to be doing it, so
Different, yeah.
let's impress Jeremy. Let's show him what Utah County people can do. Start coming into the dealership this morning at 548 East, 1000 South. Is that right, Jeremy?
That is correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
We're going to fill up that truck behind you with stuff.
What kind of truck is that?
That would be phenomenal. This is a heavy-duty Silverado 3500, 1 ton.
Yeah, those are nice trucks, aren't they?
Yes, sir. Nice and red and ready for Christmas and for some donations.
Yeah. So come on, it's a rough year. It is a tough year.
It is.
But let's a package of socks, some old coats that you have, blankets. If you want to bring toys for the kids at Christmas, this is for homeless families.
Unwrapped
you can,
toys.
Yeah, bring in new, preferably new toys, unwrapped. Don't wrap them up like gifts. Just bring them in unwrapped. Jeremy, will you be there all morning?
Yes, I will be here till probably 5 o'clock.
Oh, this afternoon.
Tonight? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but we're open till 9, so.
Oh, okay. And that was the other question that people had, is if we can't make it down to Ken Garff Chev in American Fork, there are Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers all along the Wasatch Front, and if today doesn't work for your schedule, that also works. As long as the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers are open, they will take your physical donations. So if you can't make it till Saturday, that works too. If you just go to x96.com and click on the link there, you'll see it right away. It's on the rotating banner. You'll find all the locations of all the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, and there's bound to be one close to you, and you can make a physical donation.
come on, Utah County. Show Jeremy Aharoni, the finance manager there at Ken Garff. Show him. Go into the dealership this morning. Bring in the goods now. While they last, you get a free Radio from Hell or X96 face mask when you go in and take your stuff. Okay.
I see. Oh, yeah, there they are, right there.
Yes.
Yeah, we have several here on the table.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for talking with us.
Of course.
I
Thank you,
like
Jeremy.
I like your coat, by the way. That's a nice coat.
That is nice. Yeah, I like that.
Isn't that a nice coat?
Yeah, so this is the time for you American Fork Silicon Slope tech nerds to step up, all right? You know, I know you've got Costco's and all of that around there for you. Stop by and, get a big bag of socks or a blanket or a coat would be nice.
Yeah.
Pants,
Socks
suits.
are the number one thing people ask for
Yeah.
when they go to the road home and they're in need of things. Socks above anything else. Nice, we take for granted we have nice warm socks, and a lot of people
Don't go to Costco and get a variety pack of steaks and bring those in.
No.
No,
The
don't
steaks
do
are not. Meat is not. Don't bring in meat. Don't bring in anything perishable. Toiletries are really good too. Just toothbrushes and toothpastes and all of that stuff.
And may I
Deodorant.
say, feminine hygiene products.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Please.
Say it. Go ahead.
They're so expensive, and nobody ever thinks to bring those in, but they always need
Yes.
feminine hygiene.
May I say feminine hygiene products?
You may.
You may.
You just did.
Feminine hygiene products.
Let's go to Nick before we close up here.
Hey, Nick.
Yo.
What?
Oh,
you
it's
guys
Sarge.
Yeah, Sarge.
Yeah,
Not
he's also
Nick, it's Sarge.
Nick is also at the dealership at Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork.
It's okay. They're just feelings. They'll heal.
Listen. Well, we won't go into it.
No, not right now.
Now, do you want to spell out how the giveaways and all that stuff is happening on your location?
Yeah, so we have a plethora, yes, I said plethora, of X96 and Radio from Hell masks. Hang on, I had to go off screen for a second. I brought an entire table full. So, if you bring stuff, Vanna White, if you bring stuff down here, we're going to give you a mask.
Yep, and they're nice too.
They're really nice ones.
Oh, they're really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the nice ones. So, everyone that's been asking and trying to figure out how to get them, this is how you do it. Bring some socks or feminine hygiene products, because I'll say it too.
Wait,
And,
is it okay if
bring
Nick,
it down here.
Is it okay if Nick says feminine hygiene products?
I wish
Gina?
you would. Yes.
Okay, say it, Nick.
Okay, good. Feminine hygiene products
Good.
are needed. Yeah.
All right. So
All
the
right,
address today is at 548 East, 1000 South in American Fork. It's Ken Garff Chevrolet. All right.
Thanks, Nick.
Traffic, geez, please, Gina.
Crash northbound I-215 at SR 201. The right lane and shoulder are blocked, and traffic is backing toward 35th South. That's the only accident that UDOT's reporting. Do you have one to report, and is it safe for you to do that? Well, then you can. Send it to us, 33986. The Blocks is downtown Salt Lake. Celebrate the holidays by enjoying the sights of the city and activities at Gallivan Center, City Creek Center, and the Gateway.
All right, we will take a break. In our next break, we'll have big boy news, opinnuendo, and things that must go. Stand by for all of that. All right, Zero Res. You want to get them into your house to clean up not just the carpet, but all the other stuff, right, Gina?
Yeah, I need to call them today and set up a pre-Christmas cleanup appointment, because I like to have them come in and do all my tile and my countertops too.
Zero Res guys are really prompt too. They're courteous. They're great. They do everything they can to protect your your health, because it is pandemic time and you're going to let somebody into your house. Well, they will socially distance. They'll be wearing masks. All of that. When you call Zero Res, get your house, your carpet, your tile, your upholstery cleaned before Christmas to make everything look nice. $33 per room is the deal right now. If you do 3 rooms, you'll get the 4th room done for free. And Zero Res, they've been to all of our houses. We trust them implicitly, and I think you'll be very happy with what they do. So search online for Zero Res Carpet Cleaning to schedule your appointment or call 801-288-0.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
For 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, I mean, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
You know, it's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's here
not
to
bubbly
help.
water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day. So
Yeah, okay.
and it's for all intents.
That's where orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End, and so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card, and it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them. Yeah.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. Is that's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with? What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
Eponus.
of upon us? Saint Eponus. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint Eponus.
Catholics.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that.
Either.
and Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down
I think
there,
you have
I
to
would
go
think.
there.
And see,
Or you might be able to online because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah,
It sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right. Okay, things that must go coming up in a moment. But first, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Do you like the local?
Here, Gina, wait a second. Let me just remind people that we're broadcasting doing the Road to the Road Home, and we are sort of semi-live by the magic of Christmas at Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork, 548 East, 1000 South. Please take donations to the Road Home to Ken Garff right now.
Do like the locals, drink responsibly and stay safe by limiting your social gatherings to just 5 Wives. On shelves and on sale now. Also find 5 Wives vodka, gifts, and other spirits at their new distillery in historic Ogden. Learn more at ogdenzone.com.
Elliot Page,
Yes.
Oscar winner, or
nominee.
Oscar nominee, star of, and I saw this headline, Elliot Page, Oscar nominee, Umbrella Academy, and I even looked at the picture and I went, well, who's Elliot Page? I said to myself. It took me a second to figure it out, even looking at the picture. Formerly known as Ellen Page, Elliot Page says, "Hi friends, I want to share with you, I am trans. My pronouns are he, they, and my name is Elliot. I feel lucky to be writing this, to be here, to have arrived at this place in my life. I feel overwhelming gratitude for the incredible people who have supported me along this journey. I can't begin to express how remarkable it is to finally love who I am enough to pursue my authentic self."
Nice.
It's, Nick Adams, director of transgender media at GLAAD, said Elliot Page has given us fantastic characters on screen and has been an outspoken advocate for all LGBTQ people. He will now be an inspiration to countless trans and non-binary people. All transgender people. Pardon me?
He's in Umbrella Academy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All transgender people deserve the chance to be ourselves and to be accepted for who we are. We celebrate this remarkable. We celebrate the remarkable Elliot Page today, and it took a lot of courage, and it took some time for Elliot Page to finally come to terms with letting everyone know who he is. Jeopardy is coming back in January with the first hosts that are not
Alex Trebek. Yeah.
It'll be January 18th, I think, is the official date. it's now they're going to have some kind of rotating tryout hosts, but kind of the feeling is it'll probably ultimately be Ken Jennings,
who do a great job.
Well, the big news about coronavirus today is that the United Kingdom has authorized a COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use, green-lighting the world's first shot against the virus that's backed by rigorous science and taking a major step toward eventually ending the pandemic. The go-ahead for the vaccine developed by American drug maker Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech comes as the virus surges again in the United States and Europe, putting pressure on hospitals and morgues in some places, and forcing new rounds of restrictions that have devastated economies. The Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, which licenses drugs in the UK, recommended the vaccine could be used after it reviewed the results of clinical trials and that showed 95% effective overall protection. And they're rolling it out, and they can start almost immediately vaccinating the citizens of Great Britain, the United Kingdom, or if you want to call it Britain, England, as it sometimes is known, England. And, they were talking about, well, how are they going to distribute now the vaccine? And this is the one that has to be kept really cold. It's going to be a lot easier to distribute and give people the vaccine in England because they have socialized medicine.
There you go again.
They have a system already in place. It's not a patchwork system of, various healthcare providers and insurance companies and so forth like we have here, the chaos that results. Mm-hmm. This is just you take the vaccine to the National Health and they distribute it.
Exactly. And
simple as that.
Rather than, are you in our network?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Utah's plan for coronavirus vaccination has come into focus. On December 10th, the Food and Drug Administration is scheduled to hold an emergency use authorization hearing on the vaccine developed by Pfizer here in the United States. It's not good enough, and maybe it shouldn't be, for the British to say, the British health agencies to say, no, this is safe, this is okay, we're going to do it. For some reason, we have to wait until December 10th so that, the FDA looks over it. But once that happens, and presumably they will come to the same conclusion that the British Health Agency did. Hi, Dr. Nick.
Hi, everybody. I am probably the impediment to why we are not getting the virus vaccine right away.
Why is that, Dr. Nick?
Well, look at me.
Oh, yeah, that's enough, yeah. But when that happens on the 10th, here in Utah, they say they should be shipping the vaccine within a matter of hours, even. The minute they say, yes, it's okay, boom, they're ready to go. Tom Hidako, spokesperson for the Utah Department of Health, said we should be getting it the next day.
Excellent.
Then they'll start in on frontline workers. I'm going to do this story. I don't think I'll even do the story. I'm just take issue with this headline. Well-known Moab slackliner says he took down Utah's monolith. What? Is there such a thing as a well-known slackliner?
Maybe in the slackliner community, they're like, oh, I know who that is.
Well, yeah, so 20 people, 50 people. Well-known Moab slackliner.
Well, what's his name?
Says he took. You want to see if you recognize it?
Well, somebody will. Somebody's going to hear that and go, "Yeah, I heard of that guy."
If he is that well known, you call me and tell me his name. Okay, you call me and tell me what his name is.
I have a bigger question. What's a slackliner?
It's like tightrope walking.
Oh, okay.
Except they hook up, kind of a loose line between trees usually, or something like that, and he's also a base jumper and all of that kind of stuff.
Okay. All right.
One of those folks, William Barr,
the
Attorney General, has disputed Donald Trump's persistent, baseless claims that the election was rigged. William Barr yesterday said the U.S. Justice Department has uncovered no evidence of widespread voter fraud that could change the outcome of the 2020 election. Barr's comments contradict the concerted effort by Trump and who is his boss, to subvert the results of last month's voting and block President-elect Joe Biden from taking his place in the White House. And I haven't heard Trump comment on Barr yet. See, I haven't heard anything that he said about it.
At the same time that was announced, Barr was in a very long meeting with Trump where he was talking to Trump, distracting him about how I've got this commission that I'm going to leave in place that's going to investigate the oranges of the whole dossier. So don't you worry about that, Mr. President. Even after you're gone, this guy's going to continue to investigate. And I'm sure Trump went, oh, great, and didn't pay attention to anything else.
Yeah.
Because he only watches Fox News and OAN, and they're not going to talk about how Bill Barr is saying that the election was fine.
President Trump has apparently discussed with advisors whether or not to grant preemptive pardons to his children, to his son-in-law, Jared Elf-on-the-Shelf Kushner, and to his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. And they say he's also talked with Giuliani about pardoning him as recently as last week, according to two people briefed on the matter. Now, Giuliani and I believe Trump said it's absolutely not true.
Of course it's true.
It's absolutely not true. Trump has told other people that he's concerned that a Biden Justice Department might seek retribution against the president by targeting his children.
Well, I mean, that's
okay by me.
That's my Christmas wish list. But
well, no, not. They've done things. It's not about targeting them. They've done things that need to be.
Certainly, it's about targeting them. Of course, it's about
targeting for their crimes that they committed.
Yeah, it's not. It's not inventing things that they've done.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure they've done things that they shouldn't have done, but let's investigate it.
Oh, yes.
I've got the noose right here. I've got the electric chair ready to go. We can do that, but
Sports, weather, traffic.
Tommy Lasorda is out of the ICU, but he's still hospitalized. 93-year-old.
Finally, I can get some sleep.
Do you think he'd be a good choice for the Deadpool in the 2021?
Yeah.
Well, he might. If
he makes it there.
Yeah, you can put him down as a possible.
Putting him down as a possible.
What else is possible is Dr. Fauci says it's possible that NFL stadiums could be full capacity next year, depending on the vaccine rollout. Definitely not for the NBA season, which is about to start. I know it just got over, but we're going to do it again. So,
yay.
Oh, that's sports weather. Like I told you yesterday, it's the same all week long. Highs in the low 40s, overnight lows in the 20s. It's kind of windy out there right now, though, and you might think, oh, maybe that's going to blow a storm in. No, it's just going to be windy for no reason today.
All right.
Traffic, big delays coming from Costco Distribution Center on southbound 5600 West. The congestion starts near I-80 and goes down to 3rd South. Crash northbound I-215 at SR-201. The right lane and shoulder are blocked, and traffic is backing toward 35th South. And a friend of the program says, I just watched an accident happen 64 South Redwood Road going north. Thank you. That came to us via text at 33986.
All right, so we are taking your physical donations right now at Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork. Our guys are going to be there till 10, but they will continue to take your donations as during their regular business hours up until just before Christmas. 548 East, 1000 South, Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork.
Do I see anything in the truck? There's nothing in that truck.
Not yet. Nope.
Come on.
It's going to be tough this year.
Come on, Utah County. You can do it. You can do it.
All right. Things that must go, brought to you by?
Losing weight, getting in shape, try Built Bar. Built Bar, low calorie, low sugar, high protein, best tasting protein bar. BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are really, really bothering you. You can't stand it anymore, so you send them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line, and if we read them on the air, maybe it'll help you feel better, and maybe even these things will magically disappear from your lives. Let's see, I'll go first today. I have one of my own. We have a supply of new toilet paper in the house, a different brand, a brand that I'm not used to. And the squares are probably about a half an inch thinner or narrower than what I'm used to. So they're smaller squares of toilet paper all in all. This causes serious trouble.
Serious trouble?
Yes.
So is
serious trouble.
Is it not a proper square anymore?
No, it's a square. It's just I don't know. No, I think they did it both ways. But
okay.
I don't care about the length. I care about them shrinking it down this way.
The width.
Because then there's. Well, let me
Has
just
there
say.
been trouble? There's been trouble.
I am really being very careful to make sure my fingernails are trimmed.
Oh, gross.
I can't get anyway.
Yeah.
So that must go. Also, this is a must go response, and I think it was based on one from last week. Dear Bill, I would like you to read this email in response to the woman who mentioned in Must Go's that listing he and him and she and her in social media bios and emails must go. Yeah, that was just last week. I think I read it. There's probably a representative from Equality Utah or the Utah Pride Center who could speak to this in an official capacity, but I just want to add my insight as the mom of a transgender teen. To a person who has never had to worry about which pronoun others use for them, gender pronouns might not seem important. Not everybody has this privilege. Those who are referred to with the wrong pronoun experience hurt. They experience embarrassment, alienation, and invalidation. Gender dysphoria is very real and extraordinarily painful. Almost half of non-binary and transgender people have attempted suicide at least once in their lives. It's excruciating to watch your children have to go through this kind of mental anguish. So when cisgendered people, that is, those whose gender matches the sex organs they were born with, take the lead in sharing our pronouns, it reduces the stigma of doing so for others.
Nice.
It signals that we are allies and opens a safe space for people to use different pronouns. And she goes on and talks about her child quite a bit. To your recent Must Go writer, I would say that putting our pronouns in our bios and emails is just another way that we can all show the kind of tolerance and respect for one another's differences that she requested in her email. Thanks for taking the time to read this and for being a resource for open-mindedness and tolerance in our society. Love the show. Been listening since the 90s.
And back to last week, I mean, none of us agreed with that one. It was, well, how can you put that in your... Well, what does it hurt you, really? That someone put this in their profile? How does this affect you at all?
Well, I'm tired of it.
Well, too bad. Go get some real problems, okay?
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Carrie?
Oh, okay. Let's see. We got a couple here. This one from Sherry. Here's my list of things that must go. When I spend hours making Thanksgiving dinner, we ate around 3 p.m. My son asked 2 hours after we ate, "What's for dinner?" Make your own damn dinner. Also having Trump-loving coworkers who say, he's still their president for the next 4 years. Yeah, good luck with that. I don't think that's how it works. Let's see. And this one from Tom in California. Thank you for lending us the amazing must-go powers of your radio program for all these years. I promise to continue to use them sparingly and only for good. Here's my list as of now. Root canals must go. While I only have myself to blame for the necessity of said root canals, they are a pain to deal with, and I'm just about to crown off my 4th one within the last month this Wednesday. Wow. Please make it so I don't ever have to go through another such procedure again. It's so important to brush properly, isn't it, Tom? Let's see. My breathing problems must go. I was born with a concave chest due to a shorter sternum. My ribs don't expand well as a result, which can make breathing with my chest difficult. I do a lot of mouth breathing with my diaphragm/belly, and it makes me loud and gross sounding on recordings. It also makes roller coaster restraints difficult to manage. Wow, I didn't even think about that. Which is a shame, since they're my wife's favorite pastime, and I can't ride most rides without feeling like I'm about to suffocate under the lap bar. Couple this with my deviated septum and being overweight, and I wonder how I keep my body supplied with enough oxygen at times.
Good Lord.
Please help this go away as I try to lose some weight. Thank you. And lastly, things that must go. It says Katie's incorrect opinions. Yeah, Bill and Katie's incorrect opinions on the Addams Family Values movie must go. Now, see, I don't throw Katie in on that one. That movie is a timeless classic, an American treasure, and the best Thanksgiving film ever made.
Boo!
Tom in California.
Gina?
So I follow a lot of news sites, and I follow a lot of British news sites, BBC and the like. And so, of course, they're doing the same stories we are here about vaccines and whatnot. Although, instead of saying, when are you going to get your shot, when are you going to get your... They use the word jab instead of shot.
Okay.
And I don't care for that.
Why?
You don't care for jab?
A jab sounds more violent. Sounds more...
Would you rather get jabbed or shot?
Yeah.
They both sound pretty violent. Yeah.
It's just what you're used to.
Even injections a little too much for me. Vaccinated sounds just
There we
clinical
go.
enough that I think I'm okay with that. But
Good morning, lords and lady. Please use my name. All right, Megs. People responding with, "You don't look like you have an eating disorder," when they find out I'm in recovery from anorexia. It's possible to have anorexia and be a normal weight. It's very common, actually. It's an incredibly dangerous stereotype that will and has kept people from getting the help they need. Thanks, Megs. Let's see this from, "You may use my name." All right, Jason. Ziploc-style bags where the zipper is misaligned so they don't close properly, or the zippers and closures are the separate sides of the bag, making the whole resealable capability moot.
Yep.
Jason listens in New Jersey. This show would never work outside of Utah. Thanks for letting me listen, podcast, and stream. And finally, this from Tony. Things that must go. My thing that must go is people who wait until the Wednesday before Thanksgiving to buy booze at the liquor store.
yes.
Well,
that's it?
That's it.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
Crash northbound Redwood Road at 62nd South. The right lane is blocked, leading to the I-215 ramps. Big delays coming from the Costco Distribution Center on southbound 5600 West. The congestion starts near I-80 and goes down to 3rd South. And a crash northbound I-215 SR201. And let me see if anybody sent anything in via text. People wondering why Bill doesn't have his bidet going, so he doesn't have to worry about the toilet paper issue.
I gotta get a new toilet before I can put the...
If you have comments on Bill's bathroom habits or you see something in traffic, you can text it to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back. Round one of your boners coming up and more from Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork, 548 East, 1000 South.
I don't see anything in that truck yet.
Not yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. HasterGames.com, or more importantly, their location, 6831 South State Streets. They've been there for quite a long time. They, of course, locally owned and operated, which is always something that we support. And, are you getting tired of the screen because of Zoom meetings and all this while you're at home? It's time to unplug and play a board game from Haster Games. For the best selection of board games, Magic, Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons. Holiday gift shoppers, you can get gift cards or gift certificates at Haster. Because that way you don't have to try to figure out what game supplies your gamer needs. They can just go down and get it for themselves. Best selection of board games, Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, Pokemon, and more. And coming this Friday, Magic the Gathering Commander Collection Green. Just got a huge Pokemon restock as well. Some of the hottest set. Vivid Voltage 25th Anniversary Edition of Catan is now at the store. They have several top 10 lists and everyone is trying out a different perfect game for the holiday, and they can help you out. Locally owned and operated, Haster has it at 6831 South State.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who is that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my favorite.
And Hildy,
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Mm.
I'm talking about
I don't know who you could be.
Mm.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy.
But-
Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well-
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not
he's
heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified,
You wanted,
That's when.
that's when I went. Oh, well.
you didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it, and
Yeah.
but
I said, where
Because
did
he
you,
thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him,
well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and says, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how about Cuba going?"
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's
Yeah.
terrible, by
I
the
know,
way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But well, then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard
it
he
will
was
be
doing
like
a-
the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy.
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
We could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No,
Yeah.
I want him in here. I need to see him. I need
I
to.
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
his overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to
Well, I'll
make
if
good on.
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's
that.
all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the.
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet.
Mm-hmm.
He has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and you know, job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey,
Oh.
hey, hey,"
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah.
so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
You know, Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
that's true. That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the what is it? The Universal Life.
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, you know. People are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then you
Life
can
and
have
Life.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so
Well,
maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, "No."
All right, 7:07 right now.
As we broadcast through the magic of Christmas, the Christmas Magic broadcast, we are in our homes broadcasting, and we're also in American Fork
It's magic.
At Ken Garff Chevy. And we want you to go to Ken Garff Chevy. Don't come to our homes. Go to Ken Garff Chevy in American Fork this morning and take stuff for the road home, as Robbie did.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie was just there, and he brought in, Gina, may I say, feminine hygiene products?
You may. Please do.
Robbie brought in feminine hygiene products for people at the road home. And he was not embarrassed about it in the slightest, and he's a big
Why
man.
should he be?
He really,
grown up.
exactly.
Took him, threw him into the back of that pickup truck, and gave me a salute, and went on by. During the commercial breaks, if you go down there during the commercial breaks, we might be able to talk to you personally and thank you. If the technology continues to work out, we're having some Wi-Fi problems down at the location, so it's coming and going. But if you go to a location, you can see us doing the show.
So the magic of Christmas is provisional. At this point.
Yeah, you know,
it's dependent on Wi-Fi.
548 East, 1000 South in American Fork is the address for Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork. Now, if you can't make it to American, we'd love for Utah County to show up, because this is going to be your location, because next week we're in Murray, and then the next week we're in Layton. So this is your chance, Utah County, to step up and show them what you got, donating to the road home. But there is a location near you, and if you go to x96.com and click on the rotating banner, it'll take you to a list of Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, and there is one near you, even in Park City. They're all over the place. So
And Robbie, by the way, who came in bringing those, if I may say, feminine hygiene products, he was wearing just a big, dumb, surgical, white, disposable mask. And thank you for wearing a mask, Robbie.
Yeah, I was going to say,
But
don't say it's dumb, because I appreciate that.
But we gave him, because he brought in a donation, a stylish Radio from Hell or X96 face mask, so he can wear that. So, and you can get one too. Just take in a donation. So we've been asking for your stories about COVID and how they've affected your lives, and we've been getting tons of email about it. And I should remind you, by the way, in about a half an hour, 40 minutes, Dr. Cobble will be here.
Yes.
To answer any questions you might have about coronavirus and the vaccine and all of that. But we've been asking for your emails about it, how it's affected your life, because we rattle off numbers, this many deaths, this many hospitalizations. But what does all that mean in terms of real people? And we've been getting just an avalanche of email. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put COVID story in the subject line. And I just want to read this short one that we got a couple of days ago. Yesterday, I think, yeah. It says, my husband, Brad W. Johnson, died October 11th, 2020 from COVID. Brad was only 60. His birthday is December 15. We were very careful during the pandemic, but somehow he got it anyway. After being in the hospital for over a month, his lungs were damaged beyond repair and his kidney shut down, and he passed away. The doctors and nurses from IMC took wonderful care of him. While COVID caused Brad's death, his life far outshined the COVID pandemic. Brad would not like to be the poster boy for COVID. He loved to be of service, usually from behind the scenes. He did like or crave the limelight. He didn't like or crave the limelight. Brad worked for Harmon Management, Harmon KFC, for 40 years.
Wow.
He loved working there. He loved all of the people he worked with. He was very well known in our neighborhood for being there. He's that kind of guy. Mowing lawns around the neighborhood, helping friends and neighbors with projects. He loved people and he truly cared about them. Brad and his sons were the neighborhood snowblowers for years. His life is one of grace and integrity. We love and miss him. And as my granddaughter will tell you, Grandpa now lives in the stars. Thank you for honoring those who have passed. Their lives are more than COVID and have made our world bright for having been a part of it. Thank you, Jana.
Oh,
thank you, Jana.
That's exactly what we're talking about. I mean, these are just people, your neighbors, your friends, your husbands, your grandparents. That's who this... And when you say, I'm not going to wear a mask, what does it hurt?
Nothing.
It doesn't hurt you to do it.
Hurts
the
my
freedoms, it's a symbol of tyranny and control.
Tell Brad Johnson that.
Exactly.
Tell his wife, Jana, that.
Again, it's the simplest of things that we're asking you to do. A piece of cloth over your face, wash your hands a lot, and stay 6 to 10 feet away from other people. That's a very simple thing, and we can do that. It's temporary. It's not forever.
So, anyway, thanks for that, Jana. And
send your emails at radiofromhell@x96.com. However COVID's affecting you, we want to hear from you.
Yes. All right. Let's see. Traffic, Gina. Do you have traffic?
Yeah, this is the last thing that's come in the last half hour from UDOT, so we may have some other issues to talk about that I don't know about. Maybe you see them and it's safe for you to text us and let us know, 33986. Crash northbound Redwood Road at 62nd South, the right lane blocked, leading to the I-215 ramps. And looks like that's it, but like I said, send us something if you see it and I'll pass it along. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
That's kind of... we've got Boners Round 1 coming up here. The candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, it was working fine. What's the problem? Boner candidate number 2, COVID swingers in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
And boner candidate number 3, I deserve an elaborate wedding.
All right, Boners Round 1 coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for all of that. Red Hanger Cleaners. I got one just down the street from me.
I've been using Red Hanger Cleaners for years. And this, I didn't even know they were doing this. This is amazing. Their laundry service. It's $99 a month. That's less than $25 a week for a bag of laundry. And it's like a gym membership. You can cancel it at any time, no contract or anything. And these are huge bags, so it's a lot of laundry, 20 gallons worth. They fit a normal hamper packed tight, 30 pounds of laundry probably. So go to the website, redhanger.com, and click the laundry service link. If you use the promo code RADIO, you will get the first month free. This
Nice.
saves you so much time bagging. They fold it, they wash it, they fold it, everything. They come to your house twice a week and pick up or deliver. It's contactless. Schedule your pickup. Go to redhanger.com. Use the promo code RADIO. Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the
Yes.
Radio from Hill show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh,
It's a pie in a box.
it's the McDonald's.
Baked
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
It's
You're
the
missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
Travis has got an.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers.
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Where
Yeah,
is
it's an
it?
Etsy store
Etsy
called
store.
Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January.
Yeah,
or February.
we tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big Pastry.
Big Pastry.
Big Pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's
Screw
only
those
two
guys.
pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was
it's I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is
implementation.
integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for a major company.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly. Lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do like big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. You know, the big balloon that they were
the big
running
fat,
around England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
That's the new mayor of Quahog, by the way.
Sam Elliott?
It's Sam Elliott, but it's Adam West's brother, Wild West. Since Adam West died, they needed a new mayor, so they got Sam Elliott. All right. It is time now for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. Get a winner there as well. Take both of our winners, put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you decide boner of the day. Right now, pick your champion for round 1. Send one of these forward. 2 candidates now. 8:30 after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Now you're going to have to use your imagination. Imagine yourself wearing a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Let's see.
Just
Okay.
picture.
I am. Yeah. Do you have a double XL? Double XL?
You can imagine any size you want.
All right. Okay.
I should have washed it first. It's
Green?
chafing.
Green? Green? Yeah, green.
The tag bugging
Tags.
you?
Oh, it's bugging me too. I should have cut that off.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1. It was working fine. What's the problem? Canadian police have shared photos of a vehicle that was pulled over and impounded when the driver was found to be sitting not on the seat that originally came with the car. It was a folding lawn chair.
Okay.
There it is. What happened to the seat?
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see it. It's really quite ingenious.
They pulled the car over when something seemed off about the vehicle's driver's seat. A closer look revealed that the driver's seat of the car was missing and had been replaced with a folding lawn chair. There is no word in this story as to why the guy replaced his driver's seat with a folding lawn chair. Maybe he liked a picnic. And he thought, I'll have this at the ready. I can drive to the picnic spot and then just pull the lawn chair out. It doesn't say why. But
maybe it was dirty and he just had it removed and he needed to drive somewhere.
When I was a kid, my mom thought she wanted one of those customized vans. Like so you buy like the bottom of the line stripped down van and then you take it in and customize it. Well, after she bought the van, there's no seats in the back. She threw a beanbag back there and we sat on the beanbag to ride around in the van.
That worked fine, didn't it?
No, not really.
Just like this did. It was working fine. What's the problem? Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. It's COVID swingers in New Orleans. Yes, a convention, I guess, of swingers in New Orleans on November 14th of this year, just last month.
Mm-hmm.
And now, of the people who attended that swingers gathering, 41 people have tested positive for coronavirus. One of the attendees was hospitalized in serious condition, but has been since released, said Bob Hannaford, the organizer of the annual Naughty in New Orleans Swingers Gathering. Most of the cases were asymptomatic or very mild, he said. I mean, I guess, swingers, they have a kind of an immunity.
They're exposed to a lot of stuff.
Yeah. If I could go back in time, I would not produce this event again, said the organizer. I wouldn't do it again if I knew what I know now. Well, you knew then.
It wasn't a mystery.
It's weighing on me, and it'll continue to weigh on me until I know that all of my swingers are 100% better. Boner candidate number 2. COVID swingers in New Orleans. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I deserve an elaborate wedding.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 of your boners. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
I don't know, Gina, I think maybe you had a trip. Did you have a trip planned to Singapore? Because you should probably cancel it because they are now the first country to approve the sale of lab-created meat.
Yeah, I was going to go there, but now, yeah.
You heard about the lab-created meat. They're going to start.
It's not meat if it's made in a lab.
Well, I don't want to get into that argument.
Well, let me just say this, Gina, real quick. All right, we are made of meat, right?
Yeah,
we are.
Yeah.
And in vitro fertilizations happen in a lab.
Yeah. Yeah. That's creating meat, isn't it?
I don't know.
It's creating meat in a lab.
Okay.
It's perfect. And I know how excited you were to finally start watching Quibi, Gina. It is now officially dead.
Oh, I thought it was already officially dead.
Well, they had announced that they were regrouping, but everybody knew what that meant. It is now, as of yesterday, no longer operable.
And I never understood the Quibi, because it stands for Quick Bites.
It should be Quibi.
It should be Quibi.
Quibi?
It shouldn't be any of that.
Quibi. Quibi.
It shouldn't be any of it.
It was doomed to fail. My question is, what happens to all the content? Because they created an awful lot of stuff for this. I mean, including that Chris Hemsworth fugitive show.
They'll figure out ways to sell it off. You can guarantee.
There's Reno 911s that are brand new in there. Yeah. There's a whole lot of stuff. So.
And did you know that Francis Ford Coppola, as much as he wants to get out of it, they keep pulling him back in?
I've heard that.
He's doing another Godfather.
Well, isn't it the making of The Godfather? Isn't that what it is?
Well, it's called Godfather Coda, and he says
it's a Snyder cut.
He didn't really want to go back and do anything with it.
Yeah,
but there's money, So.
Well, now he said that it actually tells the story better. He says that it redeems Godfather 3 and makes it. Because everybody complained about Godfather 3, so and it's available.
But money. But he was planning to show it on Quibi, so I don't know what's going on there. Let's see so a possible vaccine timeline. A panel of scientific advisors yesterday released their initial guidelines for who should receive the first coronavirus vaccine, recommendations that will influence states' policies across the country. Because we can't have a national policy on this, we have to issue guidelines, and then the states can decide what they want to do, because that's the United States of America. The obvious question on many people's minds is, when can I get a vaccination? Well, there's still a lot of uncertainty. It's possible to lay out a rough timeline, December, healthcare workers and nursing home residents will be the first people to receive the vaccine. Up to 40 million doses could be available to Americans before the end of the year from a combination of Pfizer and Moderna. That would be enough to vaccinate the 3 million people who live in long-term care facilities.
I want to know where the spin doctors fall on the list of, are they, because they're doctors, are they considered frontline workers?
You mean the band?
Or,
the band,
yeah.
the Spin Doctors? Is that who you're talking
Where
about?
do they fall?
I don't know.
Well, one doctor wants to give you rockets. The other, no, I'm not going to.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not going to indulge you,
Okay.
Gina.
I'll keep going then.
Please.
The Provo Municipal Council voted unanimously yesterday on a resolution to keep Bridal Veil Falls out of the hands of developers and keep the area open to the public. The council felt a resolution was needed after developers began drawing up plans to privatize the area by 2021, an idea which included putting an addiction center, like a high-end recovery addiction facility at the top of the falls with a tram, and there used to be a tram there, taking guests up to the building. Developers and people who supported their plan said that it would help the area become a tourist destination without the use of public money. But the fact remains, it would be
Yeah.
a private. It's
Exactly.
not like you're going to have a lot of tourists going up to the addiction facility. Although
Exactly.
the people proposing it said, well, we would have certain days where people could come and come up there and right.
No, those celebrities, and that's who you're courting, be honest, they want privacy, and having tourists go up there, not going to happen.
Yeah. Now, there was a tram up the front of Bridal Veil Falls years ago,
Yeah.
and right at the beginning of X96, there were we had some dances that we held, and people would ride that tram up to the top, and there was I was there once, I think, and I don't even remember what it looked like. You have much of a. You went up there, didn't you?
I went up there a couple of times. I DJ'd a dance up there once, long before KJQ.
I can't remember what it looked like.
It was it was okay. It wasn't really big, but I just remember because in those days our speakers were gigantic,
Yeah.
And so if you're DJing a dance, you got to haul at least 3 speakers up.
Yeah.
All the equipment, all the turntables, all the records.
Those were small tram cars, as I recall.
And so you had to take multiple trips up the tram to get all your gear up there.
And I also remember taking riding that with my now wife, and she said, there's a little trapdoor there you can climb out and get right outside on the top. And I believe I did that.
What? What's wrong with you?
Well, it was exciting, and I was in love. So what? That's why I did it. Let's see now. You can buy a little Santa hat for a chicken this Christmas if you want.
I've been looking for a Santa hat for a chicken.
You can. There's a party hat for every occasion, and there are miniature party hats for chickens, and you can get them at Handmade Erica. Okay, write that down, Gina.
My sister has
America.
chickens, so
It's an Etsy shop. So if you want, how many chickens does she have?
5 chickens.
Well, you can get 5 times $15. That each hat is $15. So
and she has a rooster too. Are there rooster hats?
That's all the same.
Okay,
it's all the same. So there's that, and then this was an odd story. How much time do we have here?
Well, you got about a minute and a half, too.
Let's do the story of the Georgia election official, shall we? This guy, Gina, emailed me or sent me this speech that this guy made, and I think we have a little bit of it. This is a Georgia election official, and the election in January in Georgia is just generating all kinds of controversy, and every single politician in the country is focused on Georgia right now because there is a chance that Democrats could win this special runoff election and take control of the Senate. And there's money pouring in there, and dirty tricks pouring in there, and people are
and
getting
violent threats.
Yeah, they're getting out of hand. And this is the voting system manager, Gabriel Sterling. And
He's
this
a Republican.
He's a Republican. This is what he said about what's going on in Georgia right now.
At the beginning of this, I'm going to do my best to keep it together, because it has all gone too far. All of it. Joe DeGenova today asked for Chris Krebs, a patriot who ran CISA, to be shot. A 20-something tech in Gwinnett County today has death threats and a noose put out saying he should be hung for treason because he was transferring a report on batches from an EMS to a county computer so he could read it. It has to stop. Mr. President, you have not condemned these actions or this language. Senators, you have not condemned this language or these actions. This has to stop. We need you to step up, and if you're going to take a position of leadership, show some.
Anyway, he goes on.
He's talking directly to Donald Trump and to Mitch McConnell and other senators. He even said, this Mr. Sterling said, okay, I understand if you want to look for any irregularities in the voting, that's your right. You can look for these irregularities, but don't condone violence. Do not do this. Or don't just say, don't congratulate people. I didn't condone violence.
It's not condoning violence, Bill. That lawyer, one of Trump's lawyers, said this election official should be taken out and shot. That's not condoning violence.
No, I'm talking about Trump himself.
Violence.
Trump himself, though, he won't come right out and say, take him out and shoot him, but he'll retweet somebody who says take him out and shoot him.
And it's the same thing. And he retweeted this whole take with, the election was rigged and his usual rhetoric. Of course, he didn't call out the violence or anything, but he continued with the election is rigged. And again, show us the evidence and we'll get on that, but they won't or can't.
There isn't any.
There isn't any.
Oh, well. So there you go.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Same for days and days, although today's a little windier, and you might get excited thinking maybe that means snow is coming. It doesn't. It doesn't mean snow is coming. It's windy for no reason today, but highs in the low 40s, lows in the 20s. That's going to continue through the weekend, it looks like. A bunch of friends of the program sending in traffic. Thank you for that. Accident 5600 West northbound right before the I-80 eastbound entrance. Cops on the scene, pile up already, congestion in a construction area there. Traffic accident 40th and Washington and Ogden, blocking traffic traveling east on 40th. Thank you for sending those in. You can do that if it's safe for you to. Please be safe. 33986 is where you text those to. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale. 801-264-HALE.
All right, we've got boner candidate number 3 here, which is, I deserve an elaborate wedding. A British bride took wedding planning to a new low by shaving her head and faking terminal cancer to dupe her friends into donating more than $11,000 to her dream wedding. It's gone to my brain. It's gone to my bones. It's everywhere. Tony Standen, who is unemployed, told local media in an elaborate hoax about the disease. In an emotional plea, she said she wanted her 57-year-old dad, Derek, who is actually suffering from cancer, to walk her down the aisle. He died before the big day. But a video he recorded was played at the ceremony. After hearing her father's beloved voice, she got up and gave a faultless speech, even cracking a few jokes, a guest said. her mother and brother were in bits. That means they were broken up, crying. We'd all just listened to the father of the bride message from beyond the grave, but now it turns out she faked a whole bunch of cancer herself just to get money to pay for her wedding. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. It was working fine. What's the problem? A Canadian driver pulled over for using a folding lawn chair as a car seat. Boner candidate number 2. COVID swingers in New Orleans. After the swingers convention in New Orleans, 41 tested positive for coronavirus, and the organizer of the swingers convention said, if I'd known, I wouldn't have done that. Jeez. And boner candidate number 3, I deserve an elaborate wedding.
Okay, now we're going to take your votes now for round 1 of your boners, but don't forget, we're going to not only award the round 1 right after these messages, but we're going to start taking your phone calls with Dr. Cobble. So as soon as you hear us award round 1 of your boners, start calling with your questions for Dr. Cobble at 877-602-9696. In the meantime, this is round 1 of your boners. Here we go. You'll have to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. We got round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. Take both of our winners and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. Right now, this is round 1. Pick a champion to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth and have some human contact at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting December 2, 2020, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages. We'll award round 1 and then talk to Dr. Cobble. So here you go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. Go.
The music star.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do. I bet they're not for your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
Nope.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky. Insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice.
Irish
I don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is?
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. The patty don't start.
No. Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm. Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road race.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
A little wordy, but
yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah, this is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St. Pat's is Sunday.
Wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me see.
This is bad.
Don't leave your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to go. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
well,
so you fit in.
No,
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day,
New Year's Eve,
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What an absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just.
Oh wow.
Well,
maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and use
it.
Kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah.
No. So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You would take your cudgel.
I have one on my desk.
I know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. You know, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Award round one of your boners. You can now line up and talk to Dr. Cobble, ask a doctor questions about COVID. Yes. I hope you haven't been getting your information off of Facebook or places like that, but here's a chance to talk to a doctor for free and ask him a question.
I've been getting my information on 4chan.
Oh, yeah.
4chan, they have a lot of good stuff.
Guy on YouTube told me everything I need to know.
I was getting some at Quibi, but that's gone.
Yeah, it is gone. So 877-602-9696 is the number to call right now. Okay, now real quickly here, Hoops Vision Correction. Got to tell you about Hoops, HOOPES vision.com.
Right now, $500 off per eye on a LASIK procedure at Hoops Vision. I've gone to Hoops Vision. Carrie has as well.
Mm-hmm.
Most of our family members. Take our word for it. This is a safe, easy procedure, and you can get rid of your glasses or your contact lenses. Now,
do not miss either my contacts or my glasses. Do not miss them.
I don't miss your glasses or contacts either, Carrie.
Oh, come on. I look good in them.
Now, you can use your flex spending money, your health savings account money. You got to use that by the end of the year, remember. So you can use that for the procedure. You can finance the procedure. There are available financing options through Hoops Vision. It really is time to do it, isn't it? So call 877-30-LASIK, LASIK. Make a free, no-obligation appointment, or you can just go to the website and look at it there, hoopsvision.com.
All right. Time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Grilled Pork Tenderloin.
And gear up with Level 9 Sports December deal sale. Huge savings on select ski and snowboard gear, full-service tune shop, ski boot experts, and lowest price guaranteed. Shop safely at their 4 retail locations or online at level9sports.com.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number one was, well, it was working fine. What's the problem? It's a Canadian driver who was pulled over for using a folding lawn chair as his car seat. Number two, COVID swingers in New Orleans, a big swingers convention, and 41 people tested positive for COVID. The organizer said, well, if I'd known that would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Okay.
Hard to have an orgy when you're supposed to maintain 6 feet distance,
And boner candidate number three, I deserve an elaborate wedding. This is the British bride who decided that she deserved as much as she could get for her wedding, so she faked having cancer and raised money that way and then spent it on the wedding. Let's see, Kayla won a boner T-shirt, and the overwhelming winner was boner candidate number three, I deserve an elaborate wedding.
That's your winner for round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round two coming up at 8:20. Boner Fight at 9:20. All right. Now, quickly, we've gotten our connection reestablished with Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork, 548 East, 1000 South. It's our Road to the Road home drive. And our folks are down there. They have Radio from Hell face masks, X96 face masks. And they are accepting your physical donations there. So drop off your clothing, your coats, your hats, your blankets, socks.
I think I see some toilet paper in the back of the truck. But the back of the truck, you can see it on x96.com/live. There ain't that much stuff in there. So Utah County, this is our one stop there. This is your chance to fill up the back of that truck and show all the other counties that you guys care more than anybody else.
And that's a Chevy Silverado.
Yes.
Don't let that truck go unfilled, all right?
So diapers, feminine hygiene products, whatever physical donations you can make, take them to, yes.
Oh, always. Those are very good. They have
What are those, Gina?
548 East, 548 East, 1000 South is the address to Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork. All right. Let's go to
Jake
Doc.
was asking if he could have the pads. No,
No, those are for the road home, Jake.
All right.
Dr. Cobble, are you there?
I am.
It's Dr. Michael Cobble. He's here to answer your questions about COVID at 877-602-9696. You, Dr. Cobble, are well, I assume, and your family?
We are, yeah. Thanks for asking.
Now, finally somebody's doing something about this coronavirus, though. I see here that Oklahoma has declared a day of prayer and fasting as the virus is. So finally somebody's taking steps to do something about this coronavirus. Jeez. I talked to a woman.
That's great.
Talked to a woman yesterday who her entire family has COVID. All of them.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, and she said, I think we're all going to pull through and be okay, but it's horrible. It's just horrible. What's your, Dr. Cobble, what's some of your experience with your patients who have it?
Well, as far as fasting or about catching the virus?
Or praying.
Being afraid of it?
Or praying, yeah.
My parents fasted on Monday because it was after Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's definitely afraid of it. My patient at 4 o'clock yesterday had caught it 3 or 4 weeks ago and had swelling around their eyes and swelling around their mouth and swelling in their feet and was short of breath and worried that they might have an infection around their heart. And I just think this is such a dangerous virus with such a vascular inflammatory response that, as we've talked over the months, that it's best not to catch it. And it was just sad to see the administration promote catch the virus. Everyone's going to catch it. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
The UK just approved the Pfizer virus this morning, so the United Kingdom will be getting the vaccines this week for all of its residents, and then Pfizer's vaccine will go before the FDA on December 10th. So I suspect by the 15th of December it'll be approved in the U.S. market, probably the same in Europe. And the good news about that particular messenger RNA vaccine is that it can be stored in the shipping boxes for 3 weeks, so you won't have to have a specialty container, and it can be in the refrigerator for 5 days. So it won't have to be maintained at that minus 70 to minus 100 unless you're storing it for months. I think the sad part is probably before the general population will get it, we're still looking at April, May,
Yeah.
June, or July.
Oh, yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
the masks are still important for the next 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 877-602-9696 if you have a question for Dr. Cobble. I heard somebody comment, a doctor or a health expert comment, that distribution in the United Kingdom of the vaccination will be a lot easier, not only just because it's a smaller country, but because they have centralized medicine or socialized medicine. That makes distribution easier than here in the States. Why is there what makes the difference, Dr. Cobble? Do you know?
Well, I think the commercial promotion, the capital market here, there are 1,300 insurance companies, and they all want to control 50 different states. They all control things differently. They do things differently. It's a big country, and I just think all of those different things makes a lot of, it's just like the military pays $2,000 for a hammer in the United States. Just those things make things move slowly, and there's a lot of hands involved and miscommunication.
All right. Well, we've got a couple of people on the line. We're going to have to take a break right now, though. So Mike and Amy, hang on the line. You're first in line to talk to Dr. Cobble. That does mean we have another line open at 877-602-9696, and we'll take your phone calls after these. Traffic, Gina, please.
The traffic's getting busy on the I-15 corridor and on Bangor Highway, but no major delays or accidents to tell you about right now. If you see something you want to tell people about, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back with questions for Dr. Cobble about the COVID. Anything that you have on your mind, rumors that you want cleared up, he can take care of it at 877-602-9696. Gina, I'm wondering if I should walk over to my neighbor's house. He's been trying to sell his house on his own and failing miserably. I wonder
For
if I
a
should,
while now, right?
Yeah, take one of Josh's business cards over to him so he'll go.
You
get
should,
it
because
sold.
Josh Stern, he's a friend of the program, by the way. He's probably listening right now. Hey, Josh. He can sell homes quicker. How does he do that? Well, he has a list of active buyers right now. Multiple somebodies that are looking for a house just such as you have and are trying to sell. He has an active buyers list. Now, maybe you're a little hesitant to put your home up for sale because of COVID. Maybe you think, this isn't a good time for it. I don't want people coming in and out of my house for an open house or something. Josh Stern and his team have figured out a way to do all of that virtually and safely. You should call him and ask him about it. He can explain it to you. 801-444-9100, or you can go to his website, sternteam.com.
The new X90.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's just
apparently.
because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry. But if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice, yeah.
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that
Okay.
one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are
worse.
just being a person, all of these
Yeah.
things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio,
Huh?
of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Right now, is this sponsored, Gina? Do we have any business we got to take care of?
Yes, injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
We'll go to questions for Dr. Cobble, but we should remind everybody we're still down at Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork. Drop goods there for the road home, 548 East, 1000 South in American Fork.
And since we're going to be talking about face masks in this break, I'm sure, Radio from Hell and X96 face masks while they last at Ken Garff Chev in American Fork when you make your donation. All right, let's go to the phone. Dr. Cobble is here, and our first question comes from Amy.
Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
My question is based off more the nature of the virus. My first symptoms were high blood pressure, and I had to be medicated for that, and 6 months later I still have it, and I'm working with a cardiologist because they said it kind of shredded my veins. So I was wondering if you could kind of go over how it's not so much a respiratory disease anymore and what it really is with inflammation, blood, veins, etc., cardiovascular.
Well, I think you said it perfectly. It's a vascular inflammatory response, so it affects any system that has a large vascular supply. So even though it's a viral respiratory illness, it can infect anything, and it's caught through the respiratory pathway, but it can spread everywhere. It can give blood clots, give heart attacks, give strokes, cardiac inflammation. I've had people catch other viruses and get viral cardiomyopathy where they had to get a heart transplant, and they're 25 years old.
Wow.
So some people can get terribly affected by certain viruses, and I think the key is just avoid catching this virus until a vaccine's available. And we've seen similar things with measles and mumps and rubella and polio and shingles, and it can really have devastating effects to people in their lives. I think high blood pressure is pretty common, and if you didn't have any heart damage or inflammation around the heart, and you just have the high blood pressure, it should be easy to find a medication. There are over 100 different blood pressure medicines.
I'm getting out my blood pressure cuff right now. I'm getting it out and putting it on right now.
Is it something that can be reversed, or does it just damage? I'm on 3 blood pressure medications right now trying to get better, but does it cause permanent damage?
In most cases, no, and the average person with high blood pressure is on 2.8 medications, so being on 3 is not unusual. If it activated sleep apnea, you should, if you're snoring at night or not breathing at night, because again, this can be a pulmonary or lung disease, and sleep apnea causes high blood pressure. It's not unreasonable to test you for sleep apnea. Most people with sleep apnea are overweight, they're obese, but about 10% are skinny people. So I think doing an overnight sleep study at home to see if that's what you have, because just treating you with home oxygen at night or a little CPAP machine at night may resolve this issue. And about half the people, you sound young on the phone, but about half the people, if they're under 50, they can stop their blood pressure medicines after a year or two, and half of them it won't come back. So I think there's a good chance if you're under the age of 50 that your high blood pressure may resolve, and you may not have to treat it more than a year or two. But you might do a sleep study just to see if you have any pulmonary sleep apnea from this.
Amy, do you have any idea how you contracted COVID?
I do. I actually emailed you guys my COVID story, but I'll just tell you really quick. I got cancer and COVID in the past 7 months, so the universe owes me a solid.
Wow.
But I was 6 weeks post-surgery for my final surgery, and so they were able to contact trace me because I'd been isolating since January. And I went 2 places. One was an outdoor place with a mask for Father's Day, and the other one was a big box store return line. And I only went to the return line, and the employee that's behind the plexiglass highlighting receipts as people leave started to cough very violently. So she had a mask on, and so did I, and we were 6 to 8 feet away, but the particles were forced from her mask into mine. And I didn't think I was going to get it from that. I went home, did the full take the clothes off, shower, my alcohol at the bottom of my shoes. We had a really strict protocol with everything I'd been through. And, first thing I got was high blood pressure. Went to the doctor, and I said, could this be COVID? Because I was aware that you could have strokes, you could have different things. And they said, no, I don't blame them. That's very, very unusual. And then about 6 days later, I had the other symptoms.
Thank you, Amy.
I had, yeah. So there you go.
Thanks. See ya.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Amy. All right, let's go to Brent. Hello, Brent.
Yeah, hi. My question is, with the timeline that's been put in place with everybody having a vaccine available, how dependent is that on the 3 different vaccines being approved?
Does that make sense, Dr. Cobble, what he's asking?
I'm not quite sure.
I think
exactly.
So I think what Brent, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think what Brent is asking is, so if we have the Pfizer vaccine approved, which looks like that will happen quickly here, so we'll get a certain amount of people starting to be vaccinated. But if the other companies come along and they're also approved, will that speed up the process of vaccination? Is that what you're asking, Brent?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I think the more providers, the more suppliers that are available, that'll speed things up. I think the big thing is people are going to have to stay with the same vaccine. I think the difficulty, if you get the Pfizer vaccine first, because most of these vaccines are a dual vaccine, you have to get one and then do the second in a month. I think the hard part is the first vaccines that come out are going to be difficult from a storage point of view because they need to be stored. So they're going to have to be probably at a central location, meaning University of Utah, Intermountain Medical, the major hospital centers. You're going to have to go there to get vaccinated. And your general doctor or a community health center probably is not going to have access. It'll have to be localized where they can store it at a minus 100 degrees.
Yeah.
I think when the AstraZeneca vaccine comes out that can be stored at room temperature, the general McKesson distributors and different distributors like we use will ship it directly to our office, and then all of our patients can walk in the door and get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So when that's available, I think especially to poorer countries and third world countries and those countries that don't have good distribution, like the UK this morning, they're going to have phenomenal socialized, centralized distribution because of their healthcare system. In the United States, because everything's so fragmented and we have over 1,300 health insurance companies and all these different states do things differently without very good federal guidance, I think it's going to be much more complicated. I had a patient on Sunday that emailed me and said, where can I get a test in Palm Desert? I'm in Palm Desert. I can't find anywhere to get a PCR test. And I just think everything's not easy to find here.
USA! USA!
Well, and
we're
and
number one.
And the other thing that we should be, because everyone's talking about how soon can we get it? How soon can we get it? We're lucky to be getting it this soon.
Yeah.
I mean, we're lucky that this many pharmaceutical companies were able to come up with it this quickly. Usually it takes much longer for a vaccine, right, Doctor?
Yeah, I mean, to see a vaccine generated in 8 or 9 months is amazing. Usually it'd be 4, 5, 6 years or longer. So I think it really speaks volumes to the how great most pharmaceutical companies are, and the science and the research that they've been able to progress over the last 5 to 10 years.
And I'm just wondering when
the Trump administration pushing this through. Come on.
Warp speed.
See, Bill, you got a point, because I'm sure that the pharmaceutical companies wouldn't have thought maybe we should be working on a vaccine unless Trump tweeted about it. Mm-hmm. Then they went, oh, hey, what a great idea. We should work on
They listened to me. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
What were you going to say, Gina?
I just want to know where Dr. Dre falls. Is he going to be in the first round of first responders that gets the vaccine, or the second round?
Or what about Dr. Drew?
I forgot about Dre.
Dr. Dre.
And Drew.
Okay. Well, any last words, Dr. Cobble, before we shuffle off here? Anything you want to pass along to folks?
Yeah, I think keep being safe. We had 2,300 deaths in the U.S. yesterday from COVID. Wear your masks. Don't go around people. Avoid groups. Stay in your own homes. Just have meals with family members that live in your home. I don't think we're going to see an end to this continued hospitalization rate and continued infection rate until probably spring, early summer, and probably vaccine access for the majority of us March, April, May, June, July. So be diligent. Listen to Dr. Fauci. He's been right on the money the whole way along.
Yep.
So if you're going to listen to anybody at all, listen to what he says.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Cobble.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
you guys. Thanks again. Okay, be safe.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, it's busy on I-15 corridor and on Bangor Highway, but no major delays or accidents being reported right now, unless you want to report one. And it's safe for you to do that. You can do that by texting us 33986.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up?
Yes.
Here are the candidates. Number 1, the point of the lie is just to lie. Number 2, after a long period of reflection, I screwed up. And number 3 is the police were happy to come to his aid.
Boners round 2, big boy news and opinioendo after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com is the website. There is a location near you.
Mm-hmm. There's one that they know when Gina pulls in, she probably just needs air in her tires.
Yeah, and I've gone to, I usually go to the Highland Drive one, but I found myself in Ogden a week or so ago with my tire light on. I just pulled into the closest Big O Tires. There's a couple of them up there, too. And I said, hey, can you fill that up? I didn't even have to get out of the car. It was nice.
Big O Tires has a Black Friday sale going on right now, now through December 6th. So that's through the weekend, I guess. You can save up to $190 on a set of Michelin or BF Goodrich tires. If you like Mesa or Aspen tires, you can buy 3 and get 1 free, or save up to $100 off Pirelli, Nitto, and Big O brand tires, and also Toyo tires. No interest options until January of 2022. Big O Tires, they are the team you trust. There's got to be a location near you. Get to know them. They're great people. Go to BigOTires.com.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heckfire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just can't. But the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always like raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outfit of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars, if possible. but any kind of candy bar is better than. Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Moore's Boar?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd rather another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Perfect.
All right, before we get to round two of our boners, quickly, if you go to x96.com/live, you can watch us. We are broadcasting live from our homes, but we've got our station folks set up at the Ken Garff Chevrolet dealership in American Fork, 548 East, 1000 South right now. They are taking your physical donations for the road home. And Amy just dropped off a whole bunch of, what is it? Nick sent me the text. It was like some coats, some jackets and scarves.
Well, thanks, Amy.
So thank you, Amy. So she was able to get a Radio from Hell or X96 face mask. And so while they last, and you make the donations this morning before 10, you'll get one of those face masks for your very own. And from what Dr. Cobble said, we're going to be needing them for at least 6 to 8 months. So
for sure,
get a freshie, get a fashionable one. So that's at 548 East, 1000 South in American Fork. Now, any Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer will take your physical donation anywhere that is close to you. I mean, they're all over the place, and that's why we do this, because a lot of people want to donate to the Road Home, but they can't make it to Salt Lake City. So we come to you with the Road to the Road Home and the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. So there's a location near you. If you go to x96.com, there's a whole list of them. There's even one in Park City, so you can donate up there. And next week we'll be having our crew and us broadcasting from the Ken Garff, the Chevy dealership in Murray. And then the week after that, the Wednesday after that, in Layton is where we're coming to. So those are our 3 stops before the big fundraiser at the Road Home just before Christmas.
Utah County needs to step up a little bit. I'm looking at the back of that Silverado there at Ken Garff.
Yes.
Come on.
There's a
stuff.
few things
more
there,
stuff.
But,
yeah.
but
need more
definitely
stuff.
need some more.
All right, so there we go. Right now it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get a chance to be Boner of the Day, going up against the winner of round 1's voting that we did an hour ago. Boner Fight will happen at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, send a champion forward from these 3. Round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
an electronic gift certificate in your email inbox for Diversion Eatery. Go to diversioneatery.com to check out their menu and see what a great restaurant they are.
Boner candidate number one. Well, the point of the lie is just to lie. On Sunday, the news broke that former White House Communications Director Jen Psaki will be President Biden's press secretary. Many of the Biden campaign's other high-profile female members are also getting major jobs in the White House, in the press shop particularly. So multiple outlets took note of the fact that how Biden had chosen a team of women to lead the communications department. All women. Well, Kayleigh McEnany, the current press secretary, the press secretary for Donald Trump, reacted to the news coverage by blasting this, quote, completely discredited Washington Post story and fuming that the Trump administration didn't get enough credit for their female White House press teams. As it were, McEnany's tweet conveniently leaves out the fact. Now, she says, we have an all-female press team. Well, it leaves out the fact that the Trump press room has 3 men in their all-female team. Deputy Press Secretary Judd Deere, Deputy Press Secretary Brian Morgenstern, and Mike Pence's Press Secretary Devin O'Malley.
Yeah, but they're all wusses, Bill, so...
George Conway, the husband of former White House advisor Kellyanne Conway, took notice of Kellyanne's tweet and said, what a weird and pointless thing to lie about. Well,
yeah. Since you bring this up, I just want to prep our listeners for the next 4.5 years. Be ready for a boatload of manufactured victimhood and outrage, because that's what these guys specialize in.
Well, at any rate. So why did she lie? Well, the point of the lie, in many cases with these people, is the lie. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. After a long period of reflection, I screwed up. Belgian police have broken up an illegal lockdown orgy involving around 20 men, including at least one foreign politician and several diplomats in a central Brussels bar, according to local reports. Officers burst into the ground floor of a bar on the Rue de Pierre in the Belgian capital on Friday to discover alcohol, drugs, and what has been described as a party of legs in the air, as they put it.
Jeez.
Well, okay. they put things poetically, except in the next sentence, the police sources in Belgium said, "We interrupted a gangbang." One of the revelers was Joseph Sajer, a Hungarian member of the European Parliament, and a senior figure in Viktor Orban's ruling far-right Fidesz party. Until he resigned on Sunday, he tried to escape through a window along the gutter, but injured himself and was confronted by police. Now, he is a violently anti-LGBTQ politician, extremely right-wing, and here he is, naked, at this orgy with 20 other men, with drugs and... Now, what has he said about all of this? I didn't take any of... Well, first he denied it was him. That's not me. Well, there are pictures.
Yeah.
Then he said, well, I didn't take any of the drugs.
Because that's the...
I didn't take any of the drugs.
Okay, all right.
But he has resigned. We'll give him that. He's resigned because he can't get through that. By the way, the owner of the bar was also cited for having this
Yeah, I was going to say there's the COVID aspect.
The owner of the bar was cited, and the owner of the bar said, "Well, no, it wasn't my bar. It wasn't. It didn't happen here." So they said, "They have him right there." No, this is not my. No, it didn't happen here. And then he said, "I think I'll talk to my attorney."
Okay, so the questions are just all over the place. First of all, didn't we have last hour another quarantine orgy story?
Yes.
So are they happening more? Is it because of quarantine that we're hearing about them finally?
Or are
do you
there
have
more
a,
orgies? Or?
Yeah, or do you have a Google alert for orgies?
Do you? Hey, well, kind of.
It's an algorithm, Bill.
I've
smell
always
an
had
algorithm.
that. I've always had that. It's just gotten more active. I don't know. Boner candidate number 2, after a long period of reflection, that's what the politician said. I've decided I'm going to resign because I screwed up.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, the police were happy to come to his aid.
Okay. Boner candidate number 3. For round 2 of your boners, coming up right after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by.
Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
Philip, I don't think we could go to Sandringham this year. The Christmas holidays and Queen Elizabeth is not. Every Christmas they spend, at her Sandringham estate in eastern England with other members of the family.
It's tradition.
They're not going this year because of COVID. Having considered all of the appropriate advice, I've decided that we will spend Christmas quietly here at Windsor Castle. With the draft, the mice. Yeah, they love to go to Sandringham. If you watch The Crown, you know. But no, they've postponed that. They said the Queen's health is. I mean, she's 93, I think.
Yeah.
And Philip is very old as well. So 99. Philip is 99. So they're not going to Sandringham.
And how would they get there? Neither of them can drive anymore. So.
Yeah, well, they could take an Uber, I'm sure.
They have a royal coach, which is a big pumpkin that they ride in.
Although I would love to see the two of them standing on a street corner holding up their phones going, wait, it says it's 3 minutes away now.
Never happened. Never happened. Steven Spielberg got a court order for protection from a woman that he believes is threatening to murder him, and coincidentally, it's the Queen of England. I don't...
Whoa.
No. The famed movie mogul, it says here, filed legal documents seeking a restraining order against a woman named Sarah Char, who he claims has been harassing him for months and sending him death threats. Stephen says law enforcement told him that the woman tried to purchase a gun to kill him. He claims that she's been arrested for criminal threats, harassment, and stalking. According to the documents, Spielberg got a Twitter from her saying, "If I have to personally murder people for stealing my IPs, I will. Get me?" Kind of unhinged, I would say.
What IPs?
Yeah, don't know.
Everything Spielberg's doing now is someone else's intellectual property. They're somebody else's books. I don't know what's.
Don't know. Let's see. The Joe Biden is getting ready when he assumes the presidency. They're going to do a major stimulus push and a flurry of executive actions in the first 100 days. At least that's kind of what's been leaking out. The transition team, they're planning on an all-out push to pass an ambitious new stimulus bill, also drawing up plans for a flurry of executive actions aimed at delivering on campaign promises and undoing the Trump administration's efforts to undermine key government agencies. Biden will be inaugurated in January with a pressing mandate to confront, bad social situation, also health and economic and racial crisis. At the same time, his team will take over the work of spearheading one of the most complicated mass vaccination campaigns in American history.
Mm-hmm.
So they say the agenda for the first 100 days in office, according to people who are close to him, they'll center on two key things: passage of a broad economic aid package, and when legislation, if it's not necessary, a series of executive actions aimed at advancing his priorities. So, Trump has been famous for using executive action. Well, I'm just going to, if I can't get Congress to do it, I'm just going to say, well, the president is going to do it.
Oh, so when Obama did it, it was referred to as the imperial presidency. Mm-hmm. But when Trump does it, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, just checking.
Well, I think so. Turnabout is going to be fair play, and I think Joe Biden is going to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Post Malone.
Utah's own, Bill. You have to start any sentence like that
Do I?
with Utah's own Post Malone.
Utah's own Post Malone. His wine is selling very well.
Oh.
Bottles of Maison Number 9, the French rosé wine produced for Post Malone, is nearly sold out here in Utah. About 75 bottles were left in the entire state on November 25th. All liquor stores in Salt Lake, Davis, Tooele counties were sold out, but a few bottles remained in Park City, Cedar City, St. George, Moab, and Vernal. The wine is $22 a bottle. It has limited distribution, and once it's sold out, there will be no more shipments of that particular vintage. So if you want to get some, you'll have to search around for it. And
you don't have to. If you get the DABC app on your phone.
Right.
You can type in any spirit you're looking for, and it will tell you what locations have it and how many bottles they have there.
Oh,
it's so handy.
You're awfully familiar with that, Gina.
Well, I don't want any
awfully familiar with that,
trips.
Gina. Okay. 3 R&R barbecues in Utah will not be able to sell alcohol for 30 days. After the Utah Department of Alcohol Beverage Control suspended their liquor licenses. The Liquor Commission suspended 3 of the stores. It's just mainly paperwork issues that they haven't handled the paperwork right because they've gone through management changes and stuff like that. And so you get your license suspended for 30 days because of that. All right, is that it?
Yeah, sports, weather, traffic.
WWE legend Pat Patterson, the man who created the Royal Rumble, has died. He was 79. WWE extends its condolences to Patterson's family and friends, the company said Wednesday in a statement. He considered himself wrestling's first gay superstar, and he was a key part of the WWE for decades, widely known as Vince McMahon's right-hand man.
Mm-hmm.
He began wrestling in the 50s, joined WWE in the 70s, and was famously engaged in a series of awesome matches with Sergeant Slaughter. I assume people know who that is. And who
Well, yeah, he was a G.I. Joe action figure.
Oh, okay. Weather, so it's windy today, and that might get you a little excited, thinking, oh, maybe there's a storm blowing in. Maybe we'll get some snow. No, nothing on the horizon for the next several days. I'm looking through the weekend, and it's the same every day. Partly sunny skies, highs in the low 40s, overnight lows in the low 20s, and doesn't seem to be changing anytime this week. Traffic, we've got traffic lights flashing red on 33rd South and 2nd East in Salt Lake. You're going to need to treat that as a 4-way stop. That's the only thing UDOT is telling me about right now, and you aren't telling me about anything either via text at 33986. But if you see something and it's safe for you to let us know, I'll pass it along.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3, although somebody texted suggesting that boner candidate number 3 should be Radio from Hell broadcasters for their continual biased reporting.
About what?
We don't claim to be unbiased. We don't claim that we are giving you an unbiased look at things.
No.
It's extremely biased. So how can you possibly want to award us a boner candidate for something we acknowledge? Yes, we do. It is very biased reporting.
Mm-hmm.
But at any rate, here is boner candidate number 3. The police were happy to come to his aid. An Allegheny County man is in Blair County Prison after state police say he called for help after running out of gas in a stolen SUV. Daniel Rizza called state police and asked for assistance after running out of gas in a gray Audi November 27th, just after 5 p.m. When he was told a trooper was responding, he said, no, I don't want a cop to come. I don't want a cop to come.
What?
Because
Who
the car was stolen.
Come?
Well, I think he was hoping they'd just send AAA. Mr. Rizza was parked on the side of the road. State police were on their way. The trooper Lee also learned as he drove where Rizza was parked that a gray Audi had been reported stolen. So as he's driving there, he goes going, I'll bet this is the guy. Sure enough, it was. Boner candidate number 3 The police were happy to come to his aid.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You know, the point of this lie is just to lie. Kayleigh McEnany, White House press secretary, ridiculed for her claim that all-female senior White House press team. She said, "We have an all-female senior White House press team here in the Trump administration." No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't. It's referred to here as a weird and pointless lie.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 2, after a long period of reflection, I screwed up. An anti-LGBTQ lawmaker quits after being busted at a same-sex party in Brussels. And Boner candidate number 3, the police were happy to come to his aid.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. That was an hour ago, but we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So right now, you've got to decide of these 3 which one goes forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online at x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting December 2, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2 of your boners. Okay. Oh, and now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
There are jobs available right now. Did you know that?
I knew that.
You can find the hottest jobs available at jobs.utah.gov.
In all kinds of industries, all kinds. Maybe it's the one you have training in and you're just looking for a different job in that field. Maybe it's something you want to try something totally new. There are jobs where they will train you and pay you on the job.
Life sciences jobs are really important right now, and maybe you don't have any experience in that, but you're out of work. Well, as Gina was saying, they'll train you to do some of those jobs. Jobs available include laboratory technicians, maintenance and support engineers, production specialists, specialized engineering in genomics and chemical and electronics, and they can train you to do this stuff. Life sciences jobs contribute a lot to improving health and saving lives, especially during these tough times. So if you're out of work, don't be. Head to jobs.utah.gov.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about, we give...
More and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically
said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh, my
That
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
in Brussels, in Belgium, he would. And there he is. Boner candidate number 3 was the police were happy to come to his aid. This is a guy who was in a stolen car, and he ran out of gas, and he called for the police for help. Bill won a gift card from Diversion Eatery, and the winner was Boner candidate number 2. After a long period of reflection, I resign.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of round 2. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide Boner of the Day. All right, just quickly, go to x96.com/live. You can watch us as we broadcast live from our homes and from Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork at 548 East, 1000 South in American Fork. That's where we're taking your physical donations today for the road home.
You can see the truck right there.
Mm-hmm. And if you can't make it to this location, any Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer across the Wasatch Front will take your physical donations. We're talking coats and blankets and diapers and feminine hygiene products and those items that we ask you for every year. Underwear, new underwear. Please. Better specify.
Yeah.
And we'll tell you more about that coming up. But right now, Things That Must Go, brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, visit feldmansdeli.com or call 801-906-0369.
Things that must go on the radio.
These are things that are really, really bothering you. You can't stand it anymore, so you send them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go" in the subject line, and if we read them on the air, maybe it'll help you feel better, and maybe even these things will magically disappear from your lives. Let's see, I'll go first today. I have one of my own. We have a supply of new toilet paper in the house, a different brand, a brand that I'm not used to. And the squares are probably about a half an inch thinner or narrower than what I'm used to. So they're smaller squares of toilet paper all in all. This causes serious trouble.
Serious trouble?
Yes.
So is
serious trouble.
Is it not a proper square anymore?
No, it's a square. It's just, well, I don't know. No, I think they did it both ways. But
okay.
I don't care about the length. I care about them shrinking it down this way.
The width.
Because then there's, well, let me
Has
just say.
Has there been trouble? There's been trouble.
I am really being very careful to make sure my fingernails are trimmed.
Oh, gross.
I can't get, anyway.
Yeah.
So that must go. Also, this is a must go response, and I think it was based on one from last week. Dear Bill, I would like you to read this email in response to the woman who mentioned in must goes that listing he and him and she and her in social media bios and emails must go. Yeah, that was just last week. I think I read it. There's probably a representative from Equality Utah or the Utah Pride Center who could speak to this in an official capacity, but I just want to add my insight as the mom of a transgender teen. To a person who has never had to worry about which pronoun others use for them, gender pronouns might not seem important. Not everybody has this privilege. Those who are referred to with the wrong pronoun experience hurt. They experience embarrassment, alienation, and invalidation. Gender dysphoria is very real and extraordinarily painful. Almost half of non-binary and transgender people have attempted suicide at least once in their lives. It's excruciating to watch your children have to go through this kind of mental anguish. So when cisgendered people, that is, those whose gender matches the sex organs they were born with, take the lead in sharing our pronouns, it reduces the stigma of doing so for others.
Nice.
It signals that we are allies and opens a safe space for people to use different pronouns. So and she goes on and talks about her child quite a bit. To your recent Must Go writer, I would say that putting our pronouns in our bios and emails is just another way that we can all show the kind of tolerance and respect for one another's differences that she requested in her email. Thanks for taking the time to read this and for being a resource for open-mindedness and tolerance in our society. Love the show. Been listening since the 90s.
And back to last week, I mean, none of us agreed with that one. It was, well, how can you put that in your... Well, what does it hurt you, really? Did someone put this in their profile? How does this affect you at all?
Well, I'm tired of it.
Well, too bad.
Yeah.
Go get some real problems, okay?
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Carrie?
Oh, okay. Let's see. We got a couple here. This one from Sherry. Here's my list of things that must go. When I spend hours making Thanksgiving dinner, we ate around 3 p.m. My son asked 2 hours after we ate, "What's for dinner?" Make your own damn dinner. Also having Trump-loving coworkers who say, he's still their president for the next 4 years. Yeah, good luck with that. I don't think that's how it works. Let's see. And this one from Tom in California. Thank you for lending us the amazing must-go powers of your radio program for all these years. I promise to continue to use them sparingly and only for good. Here's my list as of now. Root canals must go.
Mm-hmm.
While I only have myself to blame for the necessity of said root canals, they are a pain to deal with, and I'm just about to crown off my 4th one within the last month this Wednesday.
Oh,
Wow. Please make it so I don't ever have to go through another such procedure again. It's so important to brush properly, isn't it, Tom? Let's see. My breathing problems must go. I was born with a concave chest due to a shorter sternum. My ribs don't expand well as a result, which can make breathing with my chest difficult. I do a lot of mouth breathing with my diaphragm/belly, and it makes me loud and gross sounding on recordings. It also makes roller coaster restraints difficult to manage. Wow, I didn't even think about that. Which is a shame, since they're my wife's favorite pastime, and I can't ride most rides without feeling like I'm about to suffocate under the lap bar. Couple this with my deviated septum and being overweight, and I wonder how I keep my body supplied with enough oxygen at times.
Good Lord.
Please help this go away as I try to lose some weight. Thank you. And lastly, things that must go. It says Katie's incorrect opinions. Yeah, Bill and Katie's incorrect opinions on the Addams Family Values movie must go. Now, see, I don't throw Katie in on that one. That movie is a timeless classic, an American treasure, and the best Thanksgiving film ever made.
Boo!
Tom in California.
Gina?
So I follow a lot of news sites, and I follow a lot of British news sites, BBC and the like. And so, of course, they're doing the same stories we are here about vaccines and whatnot. Although, instead of saying, when are you going to get your shot, when are you going to get your... They use the word jab instead of shot.
Okay.
And I don't care for that.
Why?
You don't care for jab?
A jab sounds more violent. Sounds more...
Would you rather get jabbed or shot?
Yeah.
Well, they both sound pretty violent. Yeah.
It's just what you're used to.
Even injections a little too much for me. Vaccinated sounds just
There we
clinical
go.
enough that I think I'm okay with that. But
Good morning, lords and lady. Please use my name. All right, Megs. People responding with, "You don't look like you have an eating disorder," when they find out I'm in recovery from anorexia. It's possible to have anorexia and be a normal weight. It's very common, actually. It's an incredibly dangerous stereotype that will and has kept people from getting the help they need. Thanks, Megs. Let's see this from, "You may use my name." All right, Jason. Ziploc-style bags where the zipper is misaligned so they don't close properly, or the zippers and closures are the separate sides of the bag, making the whole resealable capability moot.
hate that.
Yep.
Jason listens in New Jersey. This show would never work outside of Utah. Thanks for letting me listen, podcast, and stream. And finally, this from Tony. Things that must go. My thing that must go is people who wait until the Wednesday before Thanksgiving to buy booze at the liquor store.
Yes. Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
All right. Let's see. It's 8:59. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Boner fight coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Find out who boner of the day is. And more. Stand by. RanLife.com.
Yes. Our good friends at Ran Life, they are a local mortgage company. I've used them myself for 2 refinances on my mortgage, and I would suggest that you do that as well. They're a local mortgage company. I saved thousands of dollars when I did my refinance. I took advantage, and you should too. Now, they have this thing called eClose. That makes it really simple, really easy to do. And they have a very knowledgeable team. They will find you the lowest rate available. I mean, it's flipping easy to do with Ran Life. So all you have to do is give them a call, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. They have experienced loan officers right now standing by. They can talk you through it and help you. You may not have to go into their office at all. I don't think you will. You can do almost all of it online, or pretty much all of it. So it's ranlife.com.
I don't know if you want to know what I've been thinking lately.
What?
Wade, our attorney friend Wade was in here the other day.
Wade Taylor?
Wade Taylor. And he brought something for Carrie, and then he brought a gift for me and a gift for Gina. And it was our end-of-life directive papers. And which I don't think I even asked him for, but he thought he was, he thought it would be.
It's something people don't think to do, but they should do.
And so I was filling those out, and they're kind of, and it just says, it's basically,
what are your wishes?
Here's what I want you to do if I'm on my deathbed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take any extraordinary measures. And then, but then it made me think. So I've said for a long time, well, I want to be cremated when I die, and I don't know what your wishes are or your wishes are, Carrie.
I think it's cremated. It's up to Sue.
Yeah,
really.
Well, but then I thought, well, I want to be cremated, and then I thought, well, so my brother, he was cremated when those were his wishes. My mother was not happy with that, really.
But she did it anyway.
But we knew that was my brother's wishes, and so he was cremated. And then I thought, but that was still, boy, the funeral, and that's also expensive. And even if you're cremated, it's expensive. And then I thought, oh, wait, though. My wife's brother, when he died, was cremated, but he not right away, because he donated his body to the University of Washington in Seattle.
Oh, really?
So he wasn't cremated right away. When they were done with it, they
take care of it.
They cremated him, and they give the ashes to him, and there was no funeral expense. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna donate my body to the University of Utah Medical School.
That's a great idea.
And so I've been looking into it, and our friend Jennifer Nozawa, some time ago, she works at the School of Social Work, I believe, at the U. She's there, and she sent me all the forms and all of that stuff.
All the stuff you need, huh?
And it's amazing. So if you live within 50 miles of the University of Utah, first you fill out the forms and you give them to them. And, my father-in-law, by the way, who just died, he had also filled out all of these forms.
Oh, really?
And this is what happened. So he donated his body as well to the university. So if you live within 50 miles, they come and pick up your body for free. If you live without the 50 miles, then your family will have to pay for transportation costs to the U. But I live like 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
I'm close.
Your family could walk you up to the U.
As a matter of fact, my wife would say, hey, don't worry about it. We'll just throw him in the car and run him up.
Yeah, get out the wheelbarrow.
Yeah. So
wheel him up.
And then, really, that's it. There is no cost associated with any of this.
As there shouldn't be.
Yeah,
You're donating your...
Yeah. And then they will keep your body for as long as it is useful to medical students
to study
for whatever. So it might be a year, it might be as long as 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then they cremate you and they return. If you don't want the remains, fine. They put them in a memorial wall. There's a memorial someplace. There's a whole thing of body donation facts and figures. Average number of bodies donated to the U every year, 40. The number of bodies donated per year since the 1980s. Yeah, per year. That's a pretty high number, seems to me.
Hmm.
In 2017, 244 bodies were donated to the University of Utah. There are 400 right now in use by the program.
Wow. 400?
Yeah. The length of time a donor body will be used. It says anywhere from 3 months to 2 years.
2 years sounds like...
Yeah, there's a lot there. Amount donors save on funeral and mortuary expenses by donating $1,000 to $10,000. Who can donate and how? The U accepts a wide range of bodies from throughout the Intermountain West. The donor or their surviving family must fill out a bequeathal form and return it to the U. Who can't donate? They don't accept infants or small children because of a lack of research funding for those age groups. Donors can't have any communicable diseases such as HIV or tuberculosis. Any donors who have had major surgery within 2 months of death or who have been in a traumatic accident cannot be.
Yeah, things have to be mostly intact.
Yeah, but my father-in-law was really very old. But I thought, well, are they going to take him? Because he's everything's shutting down.
So how old do you have to be?
Sure, 18.
It
Is
does,
18?
Yeah, it does. And they say, like you can't behind her back, you can't donate your wife's body. You can't.
She has to agree.
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
I don't want to pay for her funeral.
Yeah, you got to have the.
Now, Bill, you, if you were donating your body to the University of Utah, that's a local.
Guess hey, I wonder if it's a tax write-off.
Well, no, I just mean there will be people that might recognize you.
Yeah.
Here's what I need you to do
I'm
now.
sure.
Here's what I need you to do now. You need to get a new tattoo right here that says, "Don't you know who I am?"
That's a great idea. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it just right over my left or right.
Yeah, just right there where the Izod thing would be on
just
your
as
shirt.
a joke.
Don't you know who I am?
The final joke.
Yeah, doesn't have to be that big. Just
I think I'll do with the X96 logo.
Sure. Well,
Radio from Hell logo.
Yeah. Or do you want to go that far? Tip your hand.
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Carrie, should we give a prize to the person that notices it?
Well, that's going to assume you guys are still working.
The medical student that notices.
So we have like an email address next to it? It says,
yeah, to claim your prize.
To claim your prize.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, why not?
So let's not have the logo on there. It should just say, "Don't you know who I am?" to claim your prize. Email. And then we'll get like a Gmail account or something.
Yeah. Now let me check. I don't want this to queer the deal. I want to check, to make sure that this little inside joke isn't,
it should be, "Don't you know who I was?"
No, well, yeah.
Well, no, you could still am. Am still,
yeah,
am still works. Yeah.
Yeah. Just the quote, "as he was in life." That's my ex-wife always said she couldn't stand the thought of donating her body to science because she couldn't stand the thought of these medical students, looking at her and making jokes and like taking her hand and going, hi.
How's your hearty handshake now, Bill?
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
No, I
said, "What do you care? You're dead."
Yeah. Take whatever you need of me.
Mm-hmm.
I have no need of it anymore.
Well, do you have any thought of doing that?
I have. My thing has always been whatever my kids want to do with me is fine. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to them.
But you have to you should make your wishes known so they don't have to struggle over it.
I know. Yeah.
So you should put that in writing.
Because I don't. I really don't. I mean, I don't want them to argue about it.
Because one of them might have one idea, and the other one have another idea.
So,
no, I
true.
think Mom would want this. No, but I think we should do this. You should say what you want.
That's true. Because what I want, I don't care. But maybe in the interest of not having a fight after I'm gone, I should.
You should say, "Please take my ashes to a Robert Plant concert."
on this day?
In 1978, Rod Stewart was at number 1 on the UK singles chart with "Da Ya Think I'm Sexy," the singer's 5th UK chart topper, and a plagiarism lawsuit by Brazilian musician Jorge Ben-Hur confirmed that the song had been derived from his composition, Taj Mahal. Stewart agreed to donate all of the royalties for the song to the United Nations Children's Fund.
Well, that wasn't Rod Stewart, though. That was somebody ruining a perfectly good Rod Stewart song. What was that?
Well, that was Revco, Bill, doing a
Revco?
remake.
Mm-hmm. That's a discount drug chain, isn't it?
It is in our system as Revco for DJs that are uncomfortable saying the actual name of the band.
Which is?
I'm not saying it.
You're uncomfortable. Are you uncomfortable saying it, Carrie?
Revolting Cocks?
Revolting Cocks? Yeah, no, I'm not.
I grew up on a farm. I'm okay saying that.
Yeah. There was a lot of revolting things on the farm, weren't there?
Yes. The pigs.
Yeah. This song, and I say ruining a perfectly good Rod Stewart song. I like Rod Stewart quite a bit. This song by Rod Stewart is offensive in the extreme.
It's offensive in the extreme?
Everything about it is horrible. Everything
the couple
about
that
it.
meets at a bar and they go home.
Mhm.
What's offensive is he's out of milk and coffee.
Well,
You don't have anything to offer the young lady that came to his
it's offensive
house.
that he stole the song, first of all, from some guy with a Brazilian, and then he stands there and says, "Do you think I'm sexy? Do you want my body?" Come
You're
on,
right.
Rod.
He's asking. It's a question. It's she could have said no.
You're right. That Rod Stewart song is bad. Not like his other 80s electronic hits that he did.
A lot of his 80s stuff is like this.
Some guys have all the luck.
Yeah.
Well, this one's not as bad, though.
Really? You like this better than?
Yes. Well, I don't like this at all, actually. Let's see. I'm trying to think. What are some of the other? There are some '80s Rod Stewart songs I like.
He had a string of them.
Yeah.
He had a string of them that were hits or semi-hits.
Young Turks. You probably like.
I
Young
kind of
Turks.
like Young Turks. Okay.
That one, that was before he went completely electronic, though. I mean, he had pretty much an electronic band there for a while.
Infatuation.
Infatuation is certainly. Yeah. Here, let me get that one for you.
I
real
kind of
quick.
like Infatuation.
It's not. Again, really, the worst one of them all is "Do You Think I'm Sexy?" My God, that's awful. It's just dreadful. And I think Revolting Cocks said, "Let's show them how dreadful this song really is."
Oh yeah, this is painful. Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
Really?
Yeah.
Then you would like that album, Camouflage, because it's filled with that.
Is that what it is?
Yep. I mean, you could have employed 8 musicians there, but instead you've employed 3. So there you go. All right.
Well, it was the time, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. They were all doing it at the time. All right, we will take a break. We will be back, and we'll give you all of the information you need about our Road to the Road home drive that is happening right now. We'll tell you all the details, what you can donate and where, coming up after these. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust, Big O Tires. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple, and when I walk in the door, they say, "Hey, Bill, how you doing? Which car did you bring?" So they get to know you, they know your car, they know what you need, and they're very helpful. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Now, they're having that Black Friday sale.
Yeah, I have the winter tires that I need them to put on. Even though we don't have bad weather right now, it's cold, and the winter tires work great in the cold for gripping the road.
Try Big O Tires. This is a good chance for you to try the Big O brand. Right now, you can get $100 off Pirelli, Nitto, or Big O brand tires, and also Toyo tires. But if you want other tires, they carry all the major brands. You can get $190 $8 off a set of Michelin or BF Goodrich tires. Buy 3, get 1 free on select Mesa or Aspen tires. And they have the no interest option until January 2022. Go to BigOTires.com for a store near you. It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Ah, well,
It's
let's
good to
see.
be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
That's not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? What's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in? Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and help for helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in a minute, and a reasonable amount of news, but we need to remind you, today, Wednesday, if you're listening on Wednesday, I never know in the 9 o'clock hour, our folks are at Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork, 548 East, 1000 South. They're going to be there till 10 o'clock. Now, if you go and make a in-person donation, some sort of physical donation of coats, blankets, diapers, gloves, the kind of things we usually ask for every year when you donate to the Road Home. If you make a physical donation there before 10 o'clock when they leave, I think they still have some Radio from Hell and X96 face masks available. Yes, they do. I can see
there
them.
They
Thank
are.
you, Sarge. Yep. So they still have some available. So if you
and we can see you too if you go down there. We've got a camera set up, and you could see what it's like to be on x96.com/live because you will be on there.
So that's where we're at today. Now, next Wednesday, we're going to be at the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer in Murray. And then the week after that on Wednesday, the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer in Layton. And then, of course, just days before Christmas Eve, we will do our 2-day Mediathon, raising money for the Road Home this year. So be ready for all of that. And if you have any questions, go to x96.com. Look for the banner that, it's our Road to the Road Home banner. And you can see the locations of Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers near you. There's one near you pretty much. I mean, I saw there's even one in Park City. And you can take your physical donations in at your convenience. Doesn't have to be on a Wednesday like when we're doing the shows. At your convenience when they're open, Monday through Saturday, during their regular hours. Just take your donations in. They're happy to take them for you. All right, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by...
Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
A group called the National Research Group has done a survey of America's top 20 entertainment franchises. Disney Plus, The Mandalorian, Marvel's Avengers films, and Netflix's Stranger Things are the top entertainment franchises, according to a new survey from the National Research Group. This is a global firm, so this is a worldwide survey, conducted more than 350,000 interviews, about 700 entertainment franchises to discover which were considered the most bold, inspiring, and thought-provoking by U.S. consumers.
By U.S. consumers. Okay.
Yeah, I guess they confined this research to the United States. The results were analyzed to determine which franchises are most likely to withstand the test of time and continue to evolve and reinvent themselves to remain relevant to their global fans. Little surprise, Disney and Marvel dominated the top 20 with 70% of the entries, which included titles from TV, film, video games, so forth. However, Netflix came close behind with 3 of the top 10 titles. So here are the titles. Now, it doesn't indicate which franchise these titles belong to, but I think you probably can, sort of what they are. Number 20, Hamilton. That would be a Disney Plus, I believe.
Yeah.
The Lion King, Disney Plus. Coco, Disney Plus. Spider-Man, that would be the Marvel, yeah. Marvel?
I would think that Spider-Man would be up higher on that list. But
Number 17, Well, number 16, Doctor Strange. Number 15, Toy
Wait a minute,
Story.
Doctor Strange is higher than Spider-Man?
Yes,
That's
it is.
Weird.
Because he was in Avengers, probably. You know, I don't know.
Mario Brothers, number 14. Number 13, Iron Man. 12, Thor. 11, Deadpool. 10, Black Widow. So you can see how Marvel just kind of really dominates a lot of this. Number 9, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, so it's specific Spider-Man.
Yeah, and this version of Spider-Man is very popular right now. The Miles Morales and the Spider-Verse spider characters.
But
Very
look
popular.
what's ahead of that. Ozark, number 8. I think that's fascinating.
Really?
It's a really good show.
I like it.
The Witcher, which I'm
Really?
not familiar with.
The Witcher is on Netflix. It is
Right.
based on a video game, and Henry Cavill is the star of it. And he got that show going because he liked the video game.
Number 6, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yay.
5, Black Panther. 4, John Wick. That'd be Netflix, right?
Well, it's its own thing.
But these are all of these titles are associated with. So they're saying
What they're saying is
are
people
the-
are watching them on
Yeah.
Netflix because that's where they're available. So.
Number 3, Stranger Things. Number 2, Avengers, and number 1, Mandalorian. Those are the top 20 kind of entertainment. Really, the top 20 shows, and that tells you how their streaming services work. Let's see, the coronavirus here in Utah surging again. New cases rising by 2,510 on Tuesday. Just again, and it's not going to go down for a while unless you do the right thing, and I'm tired of counting on you to do that. So, 19 deaths on Tuesday marked the virus's deadliest 2-week stretch since the pandemic began. Let's see, the tax department here in Utah Tax Commission, have mailed out thousands of erroneous penalty and interest notices to Utahns about their taxes. They blame this on a computer problem triggered by this year's extended filing deadline. Officials with the Utah State Tax Commission say the incorrect notices, meant to alert people that they owe the state money, went out to about 13,000 of the roughly 1.5 million Utahns who submitted income tax returns. Those affected by the problem might have been alarmed by billing statements that demanded hundreds or even thousands of dollars in penalties and interest. That's an interesting sentence, isn't it? It says here, those affected by the problem might have been alarmed. What do you mean might have been alarmed?
Yes.
If you get a statement from the tax commission that you're not expecting, saying you owe hundreds or thousands of dollars more, you're alarmed.
Honey, should we be alarmed with this?
You might be.
Okay,
You
just
might
checking.
be.
Hang on, let me. I got something to do, and then I'll be alarmed. I might be alarmed.
The tax commission is going back and trying to rectify the situation. LSD use in the ranks has prompted testing at a United States Marine Corps base.
Oh, really?
The Marine Corps is conducting random drug testing at one base in North Carolina because of reports that personnel there are using LSD to an extreme. The 2nd Marine Division in Jacksonville, North Carolina, has conducted nearly 4,000 random tests for LSD since the start of the summer. Major General Francis L. Donovan, the division commander, said the recent rise in LSD use among sailors and Marines on base has prompted them to change how they test for illegal substances. In the past, the Department of Defense Drug Lab only accepted individual samples for LSD testing as part of a larger law enforcement investigation, but because of a spike in LSD use at the Marine Corps base at Camp Lejeune, random testing for LSD is now an option, they say.
I mean, why do I hear you say LSD and I think it's the 70s? Do people... I mean, it seems like an odd thing for there to be I'm serious. There's a spike in that now. Is that... Do I just not get drugs?
Yeah, you don't
'Cause
get drugs.
There are a lot of people that do LSD now?
and have continued to since the 70s.
Well, and because the the fear that has been created around them is lifting, and we're looking at them as
therapeutics and
therapeutic, scientific, medicinal.
Mm-hmm.
So the air of mystery and fear is being lifted, and so now we're looking into the possible uses in the medical industry for these things.
And Marines are noted for being researchers. And
Yeah, sure.
Hey, we ought to be taking a lot of LSD. No, LSD has never really fallen out of popularity, Gina.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of receded into the shadows.
I don't get drugs.
Well, I can tell you where to get them if you'd like.
No, Gina, you don't get drugs, and you don't get drugs.
And we're going to make sure you never get them.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1 of your boner voting, which is way back in the 7 o'clock hour. And it was called, I Deserve an Elaborate Wedding. It's about a bride in England who faked cancer, shaved her head, did the whole thing, to get her friends to donate money so she could have an elaborate wedding. Meanwhile, her father was dying of cancer for reals.
Yeah.
But she was not. She was just faking it. That goes up against number 2. After a long period of reflection, I screwed up. An anti-LGBTQ lawmaker in Belgium quits his position after long reflection because he was busted at a lockdown sex party with a bunch of other men in Brussels. That's number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. 1 or 2, this is it. We're down to the Boner of the Day voting. You've got to decide right now, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit in the message of a text and text that off to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696 and use your voice. All right, or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, December 2, 2020. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear, and you can vote online. We'll have your winner after these messages, all right? Brooklinen.com. It's BROOKLINEN.com. And when you go there, use the promo code Jackson, my last name, JACKSON. For a couple of reasons. Well, you'll get 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com when you use the promo code. And also lets Brooklinen know that you heard about them on our show. And you heard me talking about my sheets. I love it. They're referred to as the Internet's favorite sheets, and they're certainly our favorite sheets. And they've got all kinds of things for throughout your home. It's not just the bedroom, but it's throughout your home. A lot of great stuff on there. And gifts for the holidays as well. But I would recommend bath towels. Yeah, I know. But until you get a really nice, good, soft, comfy, thick bath towel, you're missing. You're missing out on an experience. It can be a wonderful thing getting out of the shower and looking forward to wrapping up in that Brooklinen towel. The perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft bath towels. They're so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, for a 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. You know, like one of you is
Why
really
did you
smart.
want me to have that?
Like one of you is really smart, and one of you is not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
You
my
have to
wife
explain
and
this to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to.
Okay, well, the list should explain it, okay? But if you have any questions,
okay.
feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor. And
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's
Why
assigned
does that always have to come up? Why is that
because it's true. So
I mean,
here's
There's lots of things that are true. That...
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
all right.
All
So-
right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It
Oh,
has
okay.
to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number one, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
Of
course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it.
Okay.
Number two, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a
Joey's on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go at. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number three, people who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number four, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
How do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So
really.
if you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, a smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you,
you couldn't
maybe
possibly
what you
handle
should-
this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to
Yeah.
deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
given your small thinking, what I would, So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
All right. All right, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by pork tenderloin and grilled asparagus.
And Strong Volkswagen. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
We had Boner candidate number 1. I deserve an elaborate wedding. The woman who faked cancer to gather enough money so that she could have a big wedding. Going up against number 2, after a long period of reflection, I screwed up and I resigned. This is the anti-LGBTQ lawmaker who quit after being busted at a lockdown sex party in Brussels. And only by 5 votes, the winner was Boner candidate number 2. After a long period of reflection, I screwed up and I quit.
All right, there you go. That is the Boner for today, December 2nd. Now, quality Boner of the Week, and that'll be decided on Friday at about this time. Go ahead and hit that, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
We got Amy Dunsmore on the phone.
I'm sorry, I can't participate in this interview because I'm shopping.
What? Huh? What are you shopping
What are you
for?
shopping
I'm holiday shopping at the Utah Arts Festival right now while we're on the
Oh,
show.
you can-
Gina,
you can do
you
that
are
now?
you are so great, Gina, the way you did that.
It's true. I'm shopping right now.
What do we got, Amy?
We had all kinds of things. We've got about almost 60 local artists of all kinds. We've got 2D mixed media, drawings, ceramics, all kinds of stuff. Some awesome lamps. Really kind of anything you want to do. Jewelry. We've got Sorenda Jones with some great jewelry and glass items. So lots of variety.
And so this is all, is this going to be up just for the Christmas season at this point?
Yes, so it's up through December 20th, and actually you can go on and right now see what the artists have in their stores, but they're able to add new products all throughout the month. So as things get sold out, we've seen some artists adding new things, which is great. You're able to contact and communicate with them directly if you've got questions about the pieces, and 90% of the sales do go to the artist. So right now it's about, I think, $6,500 in net sales that are going directly to them.
That's great. Now, and this is all sponsored by the Utah Arts Festival. You can go to uaf.org and start shopping, or uaf.org/holiday-show. Amy Dunsmore, who we're talking with, you are the new executive director of the Utah Arts Festival. It's kind of a difficult time to come online, but are you up for the challenge?
I am. I've actually been with the Utah Arts Festival for about 11 years. I was the development director, and then most recently the assistant director. So I do have at least, some knowledge going into the position. But yeah, it is a challenging time, and I'm sure we're not alone as a nonprofit organization. But kind of the uncertainty. You guys were talking about the COVID numbers earlier. It's hard to know how things will work out, but we're working really hard and planning for an in-person event in June and hoping that will work out.
Oh, that's good. That's what I was going to ask you. If at this point we're looking to go forward with the Arts Festival in person at this point in June. All right.
Yeah, we're looking at maybe a little bit of a scaled down event just in anticipation of potentially less attendance and making sure it's safe for all of our patrons and distancing the booths and things like that. So not too many changes, but just a tad different this year, but we're definitely planning on being in person. We miss everybody this year.
If you want to socially distance it, we could go back to I think I was at like the very first year of the Utah Arts Festival when it was on Main Street, and it was between 2nd and 3rd South on Main Street, and there were 200 people there or something. So if you want, we could go back to that maybe, but I don't think that's.
I think we're hoping for just a few more than 200. That'll work out a little bit.
So, but right now we want to focus on this the Utah Arts Festival Holiday Gallery Show, and that's running now through December 20th. And what kind of price ranges are we looking at, from small to large? And
yeah, I mean, it really is kind of a vast price range. You will see some items, bigger items, let's say the lamps, or some larger glass pieces that are a little bit higher in price. And then you've got, like I said, some jewelry or ceramics that are in, 40s and and 50s 2D art. I think I've seen a wide range of those from, $20 to $50, things like that. So yeah, it's still reasonably priced, definitely.
Something for every budget then. All right.
Yeah.
And it's great. 90% of the money goes to the artists. The rest goes to the Arts Festival for administration and all of that. So far they've sold more than double the previous year. So you better get on it if you want to get something for Christmas for somebody you love from the Utah Arts Festival Virtual Holiday Gallery Show. It's now through December 20th. You go to uaf.org/holiday-show. There you go.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Amy.
you, Amy.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
It's our
Thank
pleasure.
you. All right. Talk to you later. We'll take a break. We'll be back and crawling towards the exits. Quick Quack Car Wash, Don'tDriveDirty.com, the unlimited membership. This is such a deal.
Now I'm going to go shop for that because I know people that this would be a great gift for.
Look what they've got, what they're doing with that unlimited membership right now, though. So you go to Don'tDriveDirty.com, and you can go there and get it for $12 for the first month of the best unlimited membership. $12 for the first month. Now, this is valid only for new membership signups. Unlimited memberships means just that. You can go anytime, any of the locations of Quick Quack Car Wash.
As often as you'd like.
Yeah, get your car washed as much as you'd like. So it's a great Christmas gift for people. Free holiday air freshener with every new sign-up or dollar donation. Quick Quack Car Wash. Don'tDriveDirty.com. And during the 12 days of giving of every new unlimited membership, and 100% of the on-site donations will go directly to I Care for Kids.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800-Subspace channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
These are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatloos for the tall one. 300 quatloos for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatloos for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatloos for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatloos for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatloos for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatloos on the missionaries. 400 quatloos on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion Sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatloos to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatloos.
Oh, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehigh.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehigh? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatloos be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
But we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
Okay, 9:53. So before we go, just again a reminder: it's Road to the Road home time.
Yeah. Of course, we've been this morning down at Ken Garff Chevrolet in American Fork, and Jeremy Aharoni he's the finance officer down there. Hi, Jeremy. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Jeremy, what kind of name is Aharoni? That's an interesting name. I like it.
Oh, thank you. So my father is from Israel, from the Holy Land.
So Jeremy, it's a rough year for everybody, for car dealers, for radio stations, for for folks in general. And so we're trying to get people to bring some stuff down there for the road home to your dealership, and you'll be there all day or till 9 o'clock tonight, really, if people want to come by, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll be open till 9. So, yeah, anytime from now until 9, we are open. We're waiting for people to bring some stuff for our truck so we can fill it up.
Yeah. You now we've got those Radio from Hell and X96 face masks. You've seen those, haven't you?
Yeah. The table's still full. We're waiting for people to show up so we can pass out some masks.
Well, we'll leave some of those with you, even though our guys are probably going to leave. We'll leave those with you, a bunch of those, and you can give them out. Because don't let the salesman take them, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know car salesmen, they'll take them.
Yeah.
But maybe people are listening to this right now. They're thinking, oh, yeah, Road to the Road home. I was going to bring down a bunch of socks, or I was going to bring down a bunch of diapers or something. It's okay. You don't have to have done it right now. Not only Ken Garf in American Fork is going to be accepting donations. All the Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer donation trucks are going to be available for when you can bring stuff. It's just important that we get the items. It's a harder year. We get it. We're all struggling, and but the road home is helping people that are struggling more than any of us are. And
Jeremy Aharoni, it's nice to meet you. I hope that your family you and your family have been well so far through all of this.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to meet all of you guys as well. And hopefully we can move past this pandemic and move on.
Yeah. Well, we will. But there are our homeless friends who are having a really even harder time of it. So people,
I'm sure.
Utah County, take some stuff down there to the dealership, Ken Garf Chevrolet, American Fork, 548 East, 1000 South. And Jeremy, I hope you and your family have a great holiday season.
Thank you. You guys as well. Appreciate
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, so next Wednesday, our folks are going to be set up at Larry H. Miller Chevrolet in Murray. That's at 5500 South State. So Salt Lake proper can donate physically on Wednesday next week. And then after that, we are in Layton. The Wednesday after that, that's at Young Chevrolet in Layton, 645 North Main. And there are Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers all the way down to Spanish Fork, all the way up to Ogden, Heber City, Park City, Tooele. So there are plenty of locations. You can find them all at x96.com. And they will take your physical donations when they're open, which is Monday through Saturday. And usually they're open until at least 7 o'clock usually. So it's very convenient. And that's the road to the road home. And then, of course, our 2 days' worth of Mediathon happening before Christmas Eve to help raise money.
I think that's the 21st.
22nd.
Yeah.
21st and 22nd.
I'll say
All right.
21st, you say 22nd.
Okay.
It's the 21st.
And 22nd.
Okay, good.
Sorry, our camera's a little off, so I can't see that you're fixing to talk there, Bill.
All right. Well, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Let's see here. Okay.
It's the first week of December, and we're getting closer to the weekend. Don't fret, though. We're still here for Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, yeah, I mean, Thursday means Johnny gets to come out of the basement and help with Beat Gina at 7 a.m., and we happen to have a Radio from Hell face mask for the Challenger.
Then at 7:45 a.m., Mayor Mendenhall will join us with her Salt Lake update and maybe new state flag news.
And then at 8 o'clock, Sean Means will have some new movie reviews for us.
Of course, there's going to be more than all that on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Is that good enough?
Sure.
I think so. So again, go to x96.com, find a Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer near you for physical donations. Also there is a link where you can make cash donations to the road home in X96's name. It's all on the same page, so just click on that link and it'll take you right there to a secure spot where you can donate cash, which is what, we love the physical donations, we really do, but the cash really goes a long way to keeping the program going. All right, I think we're good. Sarge, Jake, thank you for being on location for us. Thank you very much. Katie, fine job. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I don't get drugs, and I don't get drugs.
Corey is next.